I was born in a Dublin street where the wild drums did beat, and those loving English feet, they walked all over us. Oh, and every single night when me da would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this fine chorus. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Oh, and how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Kilishandra. Come tell us how you slew them old Adams 2 by 2. Like the Zulus they had spears and bows and arrows. Oh, how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened them poor natives to the marrow. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Oh, and how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Kilishandra. Come, let us hear you tell how you slandered great Parnell, when you fought them well and truly persecuted. Where are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed? Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Oh, and how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Kilishandra. Oh, the time is coming fast, and I think those days are here when those English Johnny's heels will run before us. Oh, and if there be a need, then our kids will say Godspeed with a verse or two of singing this fine chorus. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Oh, and how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Kilishandra. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Oh, and how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Kilishandra. From the green and lovely lakes of Kilishandra. From the green and lovely lakes of Kilishandra. I was
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you've earned with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. There is power in those band working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
One industrial union band.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Your outfit slays. Thank you. I got it at a thrift store for like $3. How we doing, folks? Hello, Ciruso X Legion. Hello, Erica. Hello, Scoyatolo. Hello, Ronwid. Hello, Winteramon or Winter Romano. Hello, Friar Tuck. Hello, Tired and Trans. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Rainbow Krampus. Hello, person in GG chats sent me calling Jack Power Girl. Honestly, that's a cosplay I would love to do. Maybe someday. Hey, Venetia David. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Hello, Rainbow Krampus. Hello, Anders Norup. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, Screech. Supposed to be Winter Lemon. I will try to remember to call you Rose, but I will most likely default to calling you Winter. I'm sorry. Hello, Draconics. Hello, Witch Night Melody. Hello, Kayla. Hello, Harold. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, the Punk Bunk. Hello, Temporal Wizard. Hello, Captain Crockpot. Not to be confused with Sergeant Crockpot. Hello, Rob Radset. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, Banana Brains, if I didn't say hello to you. How we doing, folks? Has anyone heard about the anti-Trump protests? I haven't paid much attention. I think it's good. I'm mostly just trying to... I'm trying to fill myself up for Monday. I know it's going to be rough. So today I just slept. I slept until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Went and ran on the elliptical for about 5 miles. I'm averaging my mile time down now, so I'm working on doing more in the time slots I have a bit available to me, you know? And so now I'm down to like running at an average pace of like 8 miles 40 seconds, or 8 minutes 40 seconds. So I'm improving. And then I went and got Chipotle, ate that, and then I just passed the fuck out. I passed the fuck out for like a good 2-3 hours. I've been really running on fumes lately, and it was really, really nice. So yeah, and we're just having a chill stream today for the most part. Has your sanity recovered? No one will ever be the same. Hey, Newfall. Hello. You made a Blue Sky account? Hell yeah. That's some self-care right there. Whew. Yeah, Mondays are definitely Monday is definitely going to be a day where I'm just cursing my life choices as for a career. Uh about 10,000 anti-Trump demonstrators in DC. That's nice. It'd be really cool that the real power play there would be getting enough people so that the protest of Donald Trump's inauguration is bigger than the actual crowd for his inauguration. That would be fucking funny. You know he'd be salty about it too. Also, I found out they're discontinuing the Aussie Lemonade Monster. So I tracked down a 16 pack, so that this has been my gift to myself. He'll say that they were there for him. They love me. They keep chanting Trump something something something, and I assume it's nice. Did you see the Tim Walz tweet? Nope, I did not. I've been unconscious for most of today. Or watching, or listening to Behind the Bastards talk about chiropractic history. Oh, yeah, Trains and Bullshit. There is going to be an inauguration live stream. I'm going to be going live on inauguration morning. And yeah, we'll cover a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I'll be going live in the morning, or depending on your time zone, late afternoon, whatever. And then we'll cover that for a while, and then afterwards, I'm going to go and do real world stuff for a bit. But then my partner and I will be back in the evening on Monday, and that's gonna be kind of how that goes. We're gonna play some Dream Daddy together, and y'all can find some refuge from the news. Hello, cute dark arts. Ooh, attempting to crochet for the first time, Social Psych Explainer. Best of luck. All right. So I figured we'd have a bit of a light day today. I figure also, if you guys are wondering what's coming up on today's show, we're going to be talking about TikTok, obviously. We're going to be talking about the Trump meme coin that launched on Friday. We're going to be talking about, and this is at the one of you out there requested this. I got the message and I looked into it and I figured it was worth talking about. One of you out there made note that people on RedNote, the Chinese TikTok app replacement thing that a lot of people on TikTok are going to, Chinese citizens seem to be really perplexed about Americans and blood. And I figured I'd dive into that, talk about that for a little bit. And then after we finish that, we are going to be catching up. We're going to be doing our deep dive on Vita Carnis. And I think that will be very, very fun. So we're going to be doing just a little bit of a sprinkling of news, and then like a dollop of analog horror. And then after that, I think we might do some democracy and play a video game on stream. That is my plan for the evening. Anyone mildly curious as to what a shit show? Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the that crypto ball. Are you excited for the Switch 2? I am excited for the Switch 2, actually. You know? Hello, trans girl Jade. Sound is kind of quiet. It sounds gonna be kind of quiet. You watch my stream. You know how my sound is. The klepto ball. I mean, basically, kleptocracy. Are we ready, folks? I forgot water. I'll be right back. Water is so goddamn tasty. Hello, Foxbat the Musical. Whew. One righteous tankard, you know? If you get a big tankard of water, you don't need to refill it all the time. It's just efficient. Penguin Trinity, there's a place in the Discord where you can just you can suggest emotes, and put whatever you're talking about in there, and I can definitely see about no guarantees it becomes an emote, obviously, but I can definitely look into that.
I made the basic structure of Rudyard's ethos. This will be hard, and a bit contradictory. But I'm gonna finish making the what if althist proper cosmology. The least I can do is respect his insanity.
Exendu, thank you for the $20 super chat. I very, very much appreciate it. And also, thank you for your service, for taking on the project of creating his, like, I don't know, I feel like I'm gonna need, like, a diagram. Like, I felt like I needed a whiteboard to, like, construct the diagram, the flow chart of how this all works. So I respect the hustle that you are putting together, of what you're putting together. Also, was it you who reached out to me and said, like, it was good that I skipped the bathrobe parts because it really was rock bottom? I suspected that, and I'm glad that was verifiable. There will be a flowchart. Excellent. The bathrobe was just bad. Yeah. I figure if you're on screen in a bathrobe, you're going you're yeah, things are not going all right. Been some odd names this week. It's true. I've been ranging farther afield for content than usual. think it's been beneficial, though. Whew! All right. Also, this was my first caffeine of the day, so I'm probably going to get real hyper soon. Okay. I never did see the beaver puppet. I showed it on screen for like, 10 seconds. It was cute. I don't think it was a puppet, though. All right. Let's begin. So, folks, as a lot of you know, TikTok is officially going kaput in a handful of hours. It's already been throwing up messages for some people, basically apologizing that it's going to try and be back in service real soon. And if you are worried that TikTok is going under, it's never coming back, it's officially down as of now. Okay. I do have a bit of good news and bad news for you. So, one of the things that appears to be happening right now is that at the very last minute, a giant AI company called Perplexity AI has stepped in to make a bid on TikTok. And so basically what that would mean is that this company wants to buy TikTok, keep it open, and also they want to feed all of that video information to their AI models. So a bit of a good news, bad news situation. Kind of like they're like, we'll save you for a price. Like it's really a deal with the devil type situation. But from what I can see on this, like, this seems like it's probably gonna happen just because of like how things are aligning.
My car gets 200 Rudyards per tankard of gas. Vroom vroom booba booba booba. Sign up to Tim Talk today. It's TikTok but with a hat.
Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. But yeah, now this hasn't necessarily been accepted yet, but I mean, if you read some of the larger points here, the new structure would allow for most of ByteDance's existing investors to retain their equity stakes and would bring more video to Perplexity, according to a source familiar with the situation. So basically, this is look, I don't know if it's definitely going to happen, but the fact that all investors in TikTok get to keep their equity, that's pretty compelling for people who hold equity in that company right now. And also, Donald Trump seems like he's in favor of it and said he would most likely give TikTok 90 more days to work out a deal. So let's just dig into it a little bit more. Yeah. Perplexity AI, the artificial intelligence search engine startup competing with OpenAI and Google, started 2024 with roughly $500 million valuation, ended the year with a valuation of about $9 billion after attracting increasing investor interest amid the generative AI boom, as well as controversy over plagiarism accusations. AI-assisted search has been viewed by investors as one of Google's key risks, as it potentially changes the way consumers access information online. Last year, OpenAI, which started the generative AI craze in late 2022 with ChatGPT, introduced a search engine called SearchGPT. Google later launched AI overviews in search, allowing users to see a quick summary of answers at the top of results. And man, do I hate all of this bullshit. Like, I don't know. Does anyone like that? Does really anyone out there like the AI overviews of stuff? Like, you guys know that it can frequently be wrong, right? Like, if you're searching for medical information and you just go off of the AI overview, it could literally get you killed, you know? It sucks. But I guess that's the big thing right now in tech world. So, yeah, inauguration is Monday. So, the app's going to go dark today. Obviously, for some people, it's already dark. But then, who knows what will happen tomorrow and then the 24 hours after Donald Trump is inaugurated. You know, like, I would expect a flurry of executive orders, and I would also expect some kind of pressure on the Justice Department to allow TikTok to resume functions. You know, this just seems like, you know, big tech is firmly falling in line behind MAGA, and you know, Donald Trump, I think, is gonna jump on this. He's gonna see it as a chance to become more popular with the youth. He's going to see it as a chance to position himself as kind of anti-establishment. And I think that, generally speaking, there's literally no downside in him doing this. He doesn't care if TikTok is up or not. Like, he doesn't give a shit. Yeah, in a video posted to TikTok on Friday, CEO Xu Zichu said, "I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us to find a solution that keeps TikTok available in the United States." You know, like, despite the fact that TikTok has repeatedly said, like, it's not gonna sell TikTok US, like, when the CEO of the company is going up there and being like, yeah, we're gonna find some way through this. Like, I do think that the most likely scenario here is that one of Trump's cronies or one of his, you know, oligarch buddies is gonna be given this crumb of power. They're gonna be allowed to buy TikTok to keep it open. So, yeah. There's really, like, we've really gone full blown oligarchy at this point. Like, it's really hard to deny. I think, you know, you've got more billionaires than ever before in Trump's orbit, in Trump's cabinet. You've got more, like, capital interest aligning behind him than, like, any other president in modern history. And they are going to do their damnedest to buy every single media outlet that is existent in order to try and manipulate messaging and maintain power. It really does kind of come down to that, you know? Whether you look at how Facebook and Meta have pivoted to, you know, courting conservatives, or Elon Musk buying Twitter, or the Washington Post and Jeff Bezos killing stories that would have endorsed Donald Trump's political adversaries, you know, or the LA Times owner quashing those stories. It's all design. You know, well, B. Parker, the result of it is to enshittify our media climate, but it is deliberately done to manipulate the messaging for their own capital interest. You know, they are doing it to make money off of us. They are doing it to do that, and also to maintain power. And it's becoming more and more blatant. And I you know, I was gonna make this a different story, but you know what? We'll just roll right into it for one segment. Nowhere is this more apparent in how cryptocurrency is functioning. You know, nowhere is this more apparent. Trump launched a cryptocurrency Friday night, literally yesterday. Okay. And he had a crypto ball at which Snoop Dogg played, and all of, like, the Silicon Valley, all the Silicon Valley tech bros came, and basically it was a gigantic gathering of this crypto power. And Donald Trump announced a cryptocurrency. The president of the United States has a private monetary asset directly linked to him. Like, they've made other coins in the past, like other meme coins in the past. This is the first official Trump coin. Okay, so what happened after they launched it? Oh, it ballooned in value by $25 billion. 80% of which is owned by the Trump Organization. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, it's less scammy than usual because they are required to hold on to these coins for 3 years before dumping them. So it's not a pump and dump scheme. But at the same time, it doesn't have to be, because you remember last time Donald Trump was president, he, at the very least, well, I mean, he didn't ultimately, but like, there was some attempt, as feeble and as dishonest as it was, to say like, oh, well, the president isn't directly managing his assets, so like, it's fine if he hasn't divested from all of his holdings, you know? They're not even trying to do this. They are blatantly profiting off of the presidency at this point. They launched a tradable asset right as he's about to take power. Like, that's insane. And honestly, this is sending the crypto market into like gangbusters, because it's a very clear sign that Donald Trump is going to be extraordinarily pro-crypto. He's going to be deregulating. He's going to be allowing, the massive mining centers and such to continue wreaking ecological devastation. And yeah, it is strongman shit, you know? Now, it really is. And it's so self-serving too, because he just launches this, right? I guarantee you, in like anywhere from the first week to the first month, there is going to be an executive order that is extraordinarily favorable to cryptocurrency, and it is going to balloon this coin, or any of these cryptocurrencies. It's gonna like send this market into like a massive expansion of the bubble that already exists around crypto. There is going to be such a rug pull. Yeah, exactly, Foxbat. Like, my understanding is that the Trump Organization is required to hold on to these coins for at least 3 years. But like, sometime during the final year of his administration, there is going to be a massive robbery of all of the money that these people are putting in. Trump supporters see this and they're like, oh, gosh golly, this is a sure thing. But then they never read the fine print. They never realize that, they never realize that, it's going to be like slightly before he goes out of office that they just dump all of that money and pocket every single cent that every like MAGA retiree has put into that coin. It's rough, Yeah, Jimmy Carter, for all of his faults, for all of the many things you can criticize Jimmy Carter for, he sold his peanut farm, man. We are so far gone from that. Yeah, Violet Gummy Cow, that 80% is owned by the Trump administration. Not Trump administration, the Trump Organization, like the Trump company. It's rough. Yeah, also it's even more than everything we've said here, even more than like the different material conditions around this. It is worth saying and explaining that the website for this coin, because there is a website, bills the coin as the only official Trump meme. You know, like, this is like the death of internet culture, man. Like, not only is it like a robbery on a scale we have rarely seen in the history of the human civilization, right? Not only is it that, but it's also like cringy as hell and just destroying our culture, for lack of a better word. Yeah, legally it's not a coin, it's a meme. What would a... Well, you know, you bring up a good... You ask about the small peanut farm in rural Georgia, but, like, guys, y'all realize that what this Trump coin is effectively gonna be is a way for foreign governments and foreign agents to funnel money to Donald Trump, right? You realize that's what this is gonna be. It's a tradable asset that anyone can trade in around the world. And so what's basically going to happen here, as far as the rug pull goes, because my initial thought was like, oh, he's going to steal all this money from MAGA, right? And like, yes, a large chunk of it will come from MAGA. But more than that, other companies and, you know, countries are going to buy this coin to garner favor with him, and with the understanding that there's going to be a rug pull. They are going to eat the cost. Yeah, it's tradable, untraceable, and, you know, it is the perfect medium in order to effectively bribe the current sitting president of the United States. And this is why he's supposed to divest from his holdings. And it's wild that, like, you know, 8 years ago, a huge hullabaloo. He had to have press conferences about, like, all these papers are me divesting from my company. It didn't matter that, like, all those papers were blank or anything, but, like, he at least made a show of divestment, and, like, the media was making a big deal about it. This is barely a blip on the radar. You know? Like, he launched a cryptocurrency that overnight gained a valuation of $25 billion. And it's hardly news. You know? Like, not only is it something that has already shown the bubble and hollowness of this, but also it's the perfect medium to pay him off. Well, that's the thing, Olive Ryder. Why would he try to hide it? Because his buddies own the media now, you know? Like, he doesn't need to hide it anymore. There doesn't even need to be a pantomime about being independent and not at the behest of capital. He doesn't even need to pretend. What's stopping randos from doing the rug pull first? Because the Trump organization owns 80% of the coin. And he is almost completely immune to prosecution. Yep. It is it is the opening salvo, and I am sure that as we go through Donald Trump's administration, round 2, we're gonna see even greater attempts to rob the American people. Yeah, exactly. Like, Super Jet Guy, this is like, Bob Menendez had, like, gold bars hidden in the walls of his home. You know, like, that wasn't subtle. This goes so far beyond that. I have no, like, what does $32 billion in gold look like? I can't even comprehend that. And what they're going to be trying to do, and what they are basically saying out loud now, is that they're going to try and privatize Social Security and Medicare. They're going to try and privatize these things, or put them into the free market. They're going to make them like effectively invested in the stock market. They're gonna try their damnedest to basically gamble with the American taxpayers' retirements and ability to get health care. It is that is the big robbery that is on the horizon here. And well, that and apparently one of the plans currently being kicked around is shifting some of the government's holdings in the Federal Reserve to creating a federal crypto reserve. So yeah, we are in a time of theft, a theft of our taxpayer dollars that are meant to go to the public good. And it is imperative that we don't just tune this out. It is of the utmost importance that we actually do not just shrug and go about our day-to-day business, and that we actually get angry about this, that we actually put pressure on people in elected positions of power to do something, or to at least paralyze Republicans in inaction, something along these lines. We need to make sure that we do not disengage. When does our French Revolution happen after Trump is gone? I can't even begin to tell you. I do know that there is a limit to how much you can steal from a country before people get mad. So anyway, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is, probably wouldn't be the worst idea to invest a little bit in crypto. Just be sure that you sell it before they pull the rug. God, it's such a mess out there. You won't get me, Jack. I'm not investing in crypto. Well, damn it. I was just about to go into an ad read for Riverboat Jack coins. Darn. I guess I'll have to push back the launch of my cryptocurrency. You look like my favorite superheroine? I need the gloves. Anyway, I have a new sponsor.
Live from the Polymarket Studio in LA.
Yes, we do need we need shimp coin. We need $ hemp. When are they pulling the rug? Well, that's the great thing about rug pulls. You never know when they're going to pull the rug. But given that their website is claiming that they are legally bound to hold on to the Trump coin for 3 years, my guess would be sometime after those 3 years, the Trump org is going to dump their crypto asset, probably like as Trump is getting ready to leave office. And like, also, they're saying that they can't sell it for 3 years. We don't know if that's true. I frankly don't trust the Trump organization, a group that launched fake universities. Non-fungible shimps. That's what we need. We've stood silent about the funging of the shimp for too long. We still think he's gonna leave office? Hey, we're gonna make him. If he stays in, we gonna have a few problems. Whew. Anyway, folks, look at us getting through segments. He's like 78 too. Yeah, he's gonna be 82 by the time he's done in office. Jesus. All right, folks. Let's do another story, shall we? Let's keep going. We gotta do some of this. Huh? Okay. So, folks, I got a message on Blue Sky the other day, and it was essentially from someone who watches the show. Hello. Asking if I could cover a story. And, you know, I get these requests periodically. I don't always follow up on them, but this one definitely made me pause, right? And so I basically they were saying that they have migrated to Red Note, the Chinese TikTok alternative, and that the Chinese users on Red Note have been horrified about the fact that America sells blood. And, you know, I was like, well, yeah, America sells blood. You know, I'm not unfamiliar with that concept. You know, you can go donate blood, sell blood at a plasma center and make some money, especially if you're in hard economic times. You know, that I'm not unaware of that. But then I found that, but then the next part was like, it's actually one of the biggest exports in the United States. And that made me pause, because I had not heard of that. And it turns out that a lot of countries prohibit the payment to others for bodily fluids. Like, you can't pay someone and get their bodily fluids. It has to be a consensual donation. So you can donate blood, but you can't be paid for your blood. And that's the vast majority of the planet. There are only a handful of countries that have legalized the selling of blood. And that is why in the United States, 2.5% of our exports are human blood. Which is news to me. That is really something. We export more blood than we do coal or gold. It's a lot of blood. And that's fascinating, right? Like, and obviously, I think some of you, even as I say that, begin to perhaps grasp some of the implications of this. But yeah, so this article is from 2022, right? In America, blood means big business. The North American blood market was valued at $3.3 billion in 2021, which is a lot more billions than I thought the blood industry had. That's interesting. God. But let's continue here, huh? Since there is no substitute for human blood, demand can be hard to meet. During the COVID pandemic, the Red Cross announced its first ever national blood shortage crisis. And there are still sporadic shortages, says Dr. Claudia Kahn, Chief Medical Officer of the Association for the Advancement of Blood and Biotherapies. But basically, during the pandemic, we loosened our regulations for like blood donors, so like people could essentially who are gay could donate blood for the first time since the AIDS pandemics, and that helped somewhat. But we don't really talk that much about the companies behind it, specifically Grifols, CSL Plasma, and Takeda's BioLife, as well as Octopharma. These are kind of the privatized companies that pay for, blood plasma. And this, in turn, is why...
Look, if I'm going into a place called a blood bank, I'm either withdrawing money or blood, and I'm not thirsty right now.
Yeah. Oblivious, thank you for the $5 dono. But, there's a reason why you will see advertisements predominantly in poor urban areas for blood plasma donation centers. And, they'll typically be like, $900 for your first month of giving plasma. And eventually, after that month, the rate goes way, way down. You're not making $900 a month donating plasma, okay? But these companies essentially predate on the poorest people in our American society in order to take their blood and their plasma and then sell it around the world. That's quite bad, actually. And in fact, and I can't believe this, guys, the blood and the plasma that we export, well, the plasma specifically that we export, makes up 70% of the plasma in the world. If you're doing medical research in another country, you are relying on this.
Trump going full crypto-fascist.
It's true! Trump going full crypto-fash. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Can confirm as someone who's had to use blood money to be able to make rent. Yeah! Yeah. We literally supply the world with its plasma, because donations in a lot of countries just aren't enough for the industrial blood needs of the world, which it is really a crazy sentence to say and to think about. And here's a quote from this article. I'm going to read this to you about scientists maybe doing one of the most Dedoy studies I've ever heard of in my life. What myself and colleagues have worked on is mapping out the location of plasma centers and seeing if there's a correlation between the address of the center and the poverty level of the area. And what we found is they are, in fact, overrepresented in high poverty areas. And yeah, because most people don't particularly want to go sell their blood. They don't want to go sell the blood plasma and stuff like that. They don't want to do that. But they'll do it if they're up against the wall and they need to make rent. They'll do it if they're on a fixed income and they can't really, make money other ways. And one of the things about these centers that you have to understand is that they are not federally regulated, really, in a way. You would think, right, there's a minimum wage. Surely there should be a minimum blood payment, right? But it's entirely, the industry's entirely
Weirdly makes
privately
sense
regulated.
since if the USA donates the most plasma, while Puerto Rico sells the most saline bags, it's ma-fucked synergy.
Yeah. Xendu, thank you for the $5 super chat. Like, this article just kind of ends abruptly with a quote from one of the people that CNBC found at a blood plasma center, right? And the quote is just, "The fact that I got rewarded for donating has kept me donating because I couldn't make it otherwise. I couldn't buy gas. I couldn't pay my car insurance. I can make $650 to $700 a month, and that helps a lot when you're on a fixed income." And like, yeah, you know, it does, but maybe these companies make billions of dollars, you know? Like billions of dollars through the exports of this blood plasma. This industry pulls in over $37 billion from selling like blood plasma and other components of the blood. Like, that's a lot of money that they are making off of the poorest people in America. They are literally vampiric private companies. Like, there's a reason they're able to offer you $900 up front and then pay you a pittance afterwards. And it's because they're making, like, just sick, nasty money. You know? Like, they are making billions and paying you literally shit. They're metaphorically No, they are literally vampiric companies. They are literal vampires. One would think that at the very least, if we were going to do this, it would be a publicly run enterprise. You know, like, at the very least, if we were going to do this, like, people should be paid a fair rate for their blood. And also, like, the profits from this industry would then be cycled back into that local community. One would think that that is how we should set that up. And that way, like, instead of parasitically sucking blood out of poor and impoverished communities, they could actually be used to cycle money in those communities and keep them and keep them, like, from crumbling, keep them, like, and perhaps even improve them, you know? Yeah, profits never go back to the exploited. It's true. You know, in a just country, we would seize these companies and use them and effectively, like, nationalize them, you know? Or maybe a better term would be, like, localize them. I think I like the term localize them better, you know? They would operate on a national level, but, like, the profits from each individual center would then go back into the local area. I think that would be maybe the best way we could reform this to make it not bad, you know? Like, where are they importing blood? Most countries. So, let's take a look here. Here is this article published over on finshots.in. And let's go here. Okay. So basically, we have Oh, Sterling Thomas, thank you for the 420 super chat. Yeah. Because demand for plasma is also being driven by the rise of plasma-derived medicinal products, these products are used to treat a bunch of rare diseases, which have been on the rise. One key ingredient, immunoglobulin, is an essential substance derived from plasma and plays a crucial role in healing patients with weak immune systems. And the market for it has been growing steadily for the past 25 years with no signs of slowing down. The World Health Organization still says there still isn't enough plasma to meet growing needs, and more than half of the countries it surveyed import plasma because they can't meet their own demands with just voluntary donations. That's why this global plasma shortage has put a lot of pressure on a handful of countries like the United States to crank up production. Yeah. So basically, a lot of the countries around the world rely on the United States for exporting blood plasma and blood-derived products. Largely because in a lot of countries around the world, it is seen as, essentially like coercive. You are basically forcing people to give you their blood. And they find that abhorrent, but at the same time, they haven't come up with systems that make their own blood industry sustainable, Yeah, basically eggs and vodka. A lot of countries have voluntary donation systems. It's just that they aren't able to meet demand, which also is why, and this is interesting, a lot of the major blood plasma donation centers are actually run by foreign governments. This may sound crazy, but it's not, actually, because they're basically trying to prioritize donations to export them back to their home country. So that includes CSL Plasma, which is owned by Australia. BioLife is Japan's version. Spain owns Grifols, and Switzerland owns Octapharma. And they all dominate the US market. And, yeah, I find that fascinating. And you want to know what happened? Another example of this that is really... This is all just really interesting to me. Like, the United Kingdom, okay, back in 1998, you may remember from growing up that they had this thing called mad cow disease, and everyone was really freaked out about that, right? Because it could be transferred via blood. And that became like... And basically, if you get mad cow disease, there's no cure. You're gonna die. Is my understanding. I believe it's a prion-based illness, and prions are horrific. We won't get into that right now. But the UK stopped plasma donations in 1998, and as they revved up importing blood plasma, they also opened their blood plasma donation centers in the United States. Like, these countries will literally open centers here to effectively grab our plasma. Ugh. And there are only like a handful of countries outside of the United States that also, sell blood. This was another interesting thing, which... Let me get the list here. Yeah, the United States is one of only 5 countries that sell blood plasma. Let's see, which other ones allow it? I know, yeah, the others are Austria, the Czech Republic, Germany, and Hungary. That's it. Those are the only countries where you can be paid to donate blood plasma. And so it's no surprise that the United States, the largest of those countries, has the most investment in these private companies that make a huge amount of profit from exporting blood back to predominantly their host countries, you know? Now I'm going to say something a bit controversial. I actually don't necessarily have a huge problem inherently with people being paid to donate blood or donate, blood plasma, as the case may be. I don't have a problem with that. The main problem I do have is that given our current economic system, it keeps being, coerced, and by it I mean the blood keeps being coerced out of the most vulnerable people in our society. It should be that these donation centers are used for the public good. It should be that, if we are putting these centers in places that are economically disadvantaged, that that money should go back to those communities, right? It should go to solve that underlying economic issue. But instead, as the global demand for plasma rises, the incentive is the reverse. The incentive is to create more economically disadvantaged areas and open up more blood plasma donation centers so that more people will donate blood. And rather than increasing how much they pay out to people, they just keep pocketing more and more of the profits, It's... Well, that's the thing, Tired and Trans. I think that they should be paid more, because the one thing you have to recognize, the only regulators of this industry are those private companies. There is no standard rate for blood plasma donation payouts. There's no standard treatment for that. Basically, these companies just pay whatever. They let the free market decide the price of the blood to them, And if you don't like it, tough nuts. You rely on $900 a month from your blood plasma donations? Well, we're only going to pay you $700 this month. Sorry, bye. That means they can change how much they pay you while pocketing billions in profits. Now, I think that we need federal regulations, especially if we are going to be supplying blood plasma to the world as one of the giant commodities we put out there. We should have regulations on that to ensure that the people who are giving blood are safe and are being fairly compensated. Fuck, who's getting $700 a month from plasma? I'm only getting $400. That's the thing. It varies greatly depending on where you are. Depending on where you are in America, depending on which company you're working with, they will pay you vastly different amounts for your blood. This story from 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, has a woman saying that she makes $750 to $900 a month donating plasma. A lot of people do not make that much. Last year I got paid $500 a month, but $440 a month this year. Yeah, it is rough out there, and what we need is the same way we have a minimum wage law, we need a minimum plasma blood law. We need something that ensures a minimum payout for blood plasma donations, so that people can't just lowball you on the blood. Yeah, honestly, like a blood union, which sounds metal as hell. Honestly, feel free to take that for a metal band name. But we need like a blood union, like the union of plasma donators, you know, which also sounds kind of cool. The union of plasma, the order of blood. Ha! You know, I don't know, something like that. But all of this to say, I feel like this story, more than anything else, really crystallizes how predatory capitalism is, because that's what this system does routinely in every job, in every field. It's just so much more apparent how predatory it is in this particular case, with this particular substance that they are taking from our bodies. Yeah, maybe we need a formalized set of blood rights if you are a blood donor, something like that. So yeah, all of this to say, fascinating story. Thank you to whoever told me I should look into it, because it's really, really interesting. I don't think it's inherently bad that we sell blood. I think that the predatory nature of the market for blood and the entirely privatized nature of the market for blood is the main problem here. I don't actually have a problem with incentivizing more and more people to give blood plasma, largely because I think it's good for us to have that, just to support one another when we need to go to the hospital, you know? I'm struck by how normal you all find the concept of selling your blood. I mean, you can sell everything else. I don't necessarily feel that bad about it. Your body, it can make more blood. I don't know. I don't feel bad about that. I also don't feel bad about, like, you know, selling sperm or selling eggs. You know, people want to have babies. I think that is a fine thing for folks to do, you know? Like, if anything, if we're ranking what thing is weirder to sell, like, the sperm and eggs clearly are the weirder ones to sell, right? Than blood. But you know, I think it's good for that system to exist, you know, for people who, you know, want to have kids but, like, are infertile. Like, I think that's great to have, actually. Yeah, selling sperm and eggs is also banned. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I think there are couples who want to have babies. They should be able to have babies. I'm just saying, if you're getting so much money off my blood, why am I not getting paid for it? Exactly, Nomi Sunrider. Exactly. And hey, you know, I think it's good that other countries are getting the blood plasma that they need. You know, what we would have to reckon with, right? If we shook this up, if the United States tomorrow stopped, like, exporting blood plasma for whatever reason, like, we would be in a health crisis globally, you know? Like, the entire world would suddenly be in a very bad spot. And it's kind of like, well, okay, so what other system can we propose that would change this? Under our current circumstances, I can't really think of one other than, like, you know, public PR campaigns to encourage people to do it. Like the UK can't keep up with its needs. A lot of countries in Europe can't keep up with their needs. Countries in Africa and South America and Asia can't keep up with their needs. We could help other countries set up their own systems. Yeah, but the thing is, we aren't good at it either if we don't have the privatized donation system. You know, if we don't have the incentive to sell the plasma, we don't have really a way of getting the blood, you know? I think we could in time create a culture where more people donate blood regularly, but I just think that, like, I think it's okay to have an incentive structure that encourages you know, our ability to meet our blood needs in hospitals and in research. Because honestly, if I'm being completely honest with you guys, what I foresee in our world as, like, where would capitalists go if we banned the practice of buying blood? Can any of you think that of that? Where do you think capitalists would get their blood from after we ban blood donations? They'll just steal it. That's definitely part of it. Bingo, Charles. They're going to get it from prisons. They are going to violate the bodily autonomy of prisoners in order to get it. That's where they're going to go for it. You know, they steal the labor of prisoners already. They're not shy about also stealing the corpses of prisoners who die in their custody. That was a whole story we covered like a year and a half ago. There's a whole scandal going on in southern prisons and body donations. But they'll also steal the bodily fluids of prisoners. Is that actually going to happen? No, because we have an industry that pays people to donate blood, right? So we are not on the verge of banning these private corporations from buying blood, but I'm saying I don't necessarily have a huge problem with people being paid to sell their blood. I don't have a problem with that, but I do. Taco Face Fart, thank you for the $2 super chat. But I do think that we need basic worker protections. You know, we need, you know, I guess your body is doing the work of creating the blood and the blood plasma. So yeah, we need basic worker protections for donors. You know, for blood donors need federal worker protections. We need, you know, laws that govern how much they are paid. We need laws that guarantee their safety. We need laws that are effectively making sure that these donation centers are cycling their money back into local areas. Right now, there's nothing. It is just the goodwill of the corporations and however they happen to feel that day. And that is not enough by any stretch of the imagination. And I think that after we get those, or maybe even as we fight for those, we can also fight to set up and encourage a culture of donating blood and blood plasma. But we need to have that culture in place and the ability to meet our needs before we ever consider, like, actually banning this practice, because otherwise it's not just the United States that would, like, be in big trouble. Be a lot of other countries around the world that rely on the blood plasma from the United States. So yeah, and until we I think that we need to first step recognize blood donors as workers. And I think that once we recognize that and we start mainstreaming that concept of blood donors or, blood plasma donors, that I think will be our first big step towards making this industry a lot safer. Let's get a little bit of class consciousness in the folks who are the bedrock of providing a huge majority of the world's blood plasma supply. Let's raise that consciousness up, fight for worker rights, and then improve things from there. That's my general takeaway, and I hope that this segment was helpful to the person who requested it, and I found it fascinating. Thank you for sending it my way. Also, donate blood. Donate blood. If you are not afraid of needles, go donate blood. Do it. I think that's a slippery slope. Workers one step closer to human. Cornflakes. Oh, God. Oh, man. I hope we get artificial blood. If we get artificial blood, then this entire conversation is moot. Okay, if we are able to make artificial blood that is just as good as real blood, forget everything I just said. There we go. I do hope we get that though. Beyond Blood, Blood 2. I made a very funny deep cut joke about Switch 2, and very few of you appreciated it, but I liked it. We're already looking at artificial meats. I am real excited for artificial meat. Can I just say, like, I really want the artificial meat industry to take off, because it's so much more like ethical than the current meat industry. And like, I love meat. I like meat a lot, okay? I like it so much, and I just want, cultured meat to really take off. Violet Gummy Cow! The joke I made on on Blue Sky was the Peggle 2 guy doing the announcement, but I made it about Switch 2. Anyway, thank you for understanding my reference. Yeah, I like, my big thing is, like, if I could fix one thing about, like, the food industry, it would be the ethical dilemma I feel about eating meat, Though I do still want to get into, I do want to try cooking. There are like a few different mushrooms you can cook and make them like fried chicken, and I just kind of want to get into that just out of curiosity. I think that'd be fun. I'd fix that. Well, okay, yeah. Fixing how we use water. I guess I was thinking like edible things, not drinkable things. Fixing our water usage would definitely be a good option too. Yeah, Max left. I've seen some really great recipes of how to like turn certain types of mushrooms into basically like fried chicken like consistency. And there's actually a local restaurant in the Twin Cities that has vegan fried chicken, and I've had it before, and it's actually really fucking good. It's actually really fucking good. And I kind of just want to learn how to do that because that seems like wizardry. Yeah, Geckomancer, the fixing, having cultured meat would basically fix a lot of the water issues in the agricultural industry, at least around ranching. Yeah, exactly, Salmon Moose. So I want to try it sometime. It just seems like too big of a project right now. Social Psych Explainer, I've been told that about jackfruit a lot, and I've never had jackfruit that comes anywhere close to pulled pork for me.
Ken back to say watering golf courses in the desert is stupid. We don't need grass lawns anyway.
True. One-Eyed Wonder, one of my favorite pet project, not ideas, but pet project aspirations would be, not even aspiration. What's the word I'm looking for? My brain's a bit discombobulated. That's what I get for taking a nap so late. One of the things I really heavily support is the kill your lawn movement, which is basically the idea that, we should bring back like the natural vegetation of the areas that we live in instead of enforcing kind of these green lawn mentalities. And like out here in the Midwest, like I fucking love that idea. Like we used to have such beautiful like wild vegetation, and we still do in a lot of places. But like I just want to I want to have a lawn that is more just like a garden of local biodiversity, because there are so many beautiful things in the areas where all of us live that we could like build out our our lawns. Yeah, prairie maxing, get some tall grass, get some, grow some corn, do herbs and such. Like you can do so many things. Also, you can grow fruits that aren't necessarily, or fruits or veggies that aren't necessarily commercially viable, and thus don't make it into a lot of supermarkets, which I find that idea to be really interesting. Like, what is... There are a couple of fruits that I've wanted to try that I've just never heard of before that are like really delicious. I think it was called... that was very unhelpful. Yeah, that's the thing. Geckomancer, there are a lot of fruits like that. Like mulberries that just go bad really quickly, but are really, really good. And there was one in particular I recently found out about. It might be this one.
Hello, my name is Matthew Hunter with Legacy Wilderness Academy, and I'm on a mission to document every edible and medicinal plant in the southeastern U.S.
No, it's not this one. It's not persimmons. Oh, God. My partner would know. Ah, my partner's watching, and as I was about to text her, she texted me the answer. Yeah. There we go. This is what I was talking about. Like, there are so many, like, plants and fruits that we just don't eat because they're not commercially viable. Like pawpaws, America's best secret fruit. A pawpaw flavor is sunny, electric, downright tropical, a riot of mango, banana, citrus that's incongruous with its temperate, deciduous forest origins. If you're lucky, America's best secret fruit might be growing on a tree close to your backyard, or perhaps a county or two away. Finding it takes effort, but it's rejuvenating effort. Tromping around the woods, seeking pawpaws makes me feel a little more human, and the pawpaw's enticing taste is it's only one of its rewards. What begins under a leafy canopy ends in your kitchen with untold culinary possibilities. Damn, Serious Eats, you going hard on these pawpaws. What are they? Pawpaw trees, the largest edible fruit trees native to North America, produce greenish, blackish fruit, usually 3 to 6 inches long. The flesh is pale to bright yellow and contains a network of glossy, dark brown seeds. A pawpaw's flavor is sunny, electric, downright tropical. We got that already. They also have a subtle kick of a yeasty, floral aftertaste, like a bit like unfiltered wheat beer. The flavor of pawpaws is forceful and distinct, writes culinary historian Mark F. Son diplomatically in his encyclopedic book. Unassuming from the outside, possible to unwittingly pass a tree laden with half a dozen of the things. Okay, but let's say you notice the pawpaws and reach for a ripe one. The best way to enjoy a pawpaw is right there in the woods, tearing into it as if you had claws. Rip the skin away, slurp the pulp, spit out the seeds. It's a gooey, sensuous, primal experience. You have now eaten from the tree of earthly knowledge, and guess what? It tastes really damn good. Pawpaws grow from the Great Lakes down to portions of Florida in the Panhandle. The members of the Lewis and Clark expedition ate pawpaws for pleasure and, for a period in Missouri in 1806, subsistence. John James Audubon depicted yellow-billed cuckoos on a pawpaw branch. Documented throughout history. But the more industrialized our country became, the less relevant pawpaws were. Pawpaws have had some public awareness issues. An abundance of folksy nicknames. For one, the Hoosier banana, Indian banana, custard apple, Quaker delight. These are terrible, terrible branding, guys. The pawpaw means papaya in other parts of the world. Does not help either. But currently, there's a groundswell, a pawpaw renaissance. The small but enthusiastic pawpaw community encompasses both professional and amateur growers, and it culminates at gatherings like the Ohio Pawpaw Festival, a laid-back event now in its 16th year, where family hula-hooping workshops and presentations on pawpaw propagation balance out a robust beer garden and music stage. That sounds fun. Festival goers queue up for free samples of pawpaw ice cream. Ooh. I want to try that. Here's the catch. Easy bruising pawpaws have a short shelf life and don't currently fit in the business model of big agriculture. A scattered network of academics and horticulturalists are researching to see if that could change, if someday a growing and marketing strategy could make pawpaws an enticing new product in the produce aisle that makes palm wonderful. Whatever the case, the far-flung, diverse, and loosely affiliated pawpaw scene is an exciting place to be right now. To be part of it, all you need to do is have a taste. And, you know, I learned about that and was like, I want to grow a pawpaw tree. I want to have a tree of fruit that big industry doesn't see as profitable. I think that would be really cool. I like that. Here in Asheville, I found a grove of them down on the river that I would harvest every year, but I doubt they survived the flood. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Build-A-Dog. Hopefully they did. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Anyway, I love the idea of killing your lawn and instead having, and you can still like make it beautiful, obviously, but like having the local biodiversity, bring it back, figure out what plants in your local area are rare and cool and interesting and bring them to your backyard, you know? There's really no reason not to. Yeah, social psych explainer. Pawpaw trees are also hardier than apple and pear trees. So they do well with climate change season swings and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. And the main issue is they just seem to go bad very quickly. So like, you gotta eat them real fast. You know, we can't put them in freezer trucks and send them around the country. I like it. I like that idea. Folks should join iNaturalist and get into learning their local ecosystem. It's so fun. It really is. Like, it's really fun when you get to go on a walk and you can just like point at different things and be like, that's what that is. That's what that is. Here's how it fits into my local ecosystem. Like, that's cool. It's cool to know shit about where you live. You know, that includes about the people you live near, and it includes like the plants and animals that you live near. I think that's neat. Yeah, the northern limit for pawpaws has historically been just south of the Great Lakes, but like you can, you know, you mileage may vary, you know. I don't know. I just like it. I didn't intend for this to be a segment, but you know, here we are. Also, Clarice, if you're still watching, I love you so much. I love you so much, and I'm real excited to see you tomorrow. Loving the fit. I love this fit too. I wasn't initially sold on this top, but this is my first time wearing it, and I think it's a good look. Terrible lesbians didn't move in after the second date. Well, that's because I'm bisexual. So, I slowed it down a little bit. Thinking about starting a zine? Go for it. What about growing clover instead of grass? Do it. Do it. You know, if people weren't so anal about Creeping Charlie, I fucking love Creeping Charlie. It's so pretty.
How dare you cover pawpaws? I will not reward that kind of behavior with donos.
Well, Xendu, I thank you for not rewarding my behavior with donos and not reinforcing this. Yeah, one of the things about pawpaws is that they apparently can take a while to grow. Like, they can take about like 2 years to start bearing fruit, which is a lot of time to invest in a tree. But I think that would be a worthwhile long-term project. Also, I think one of the popular spices or it might be mint. One of the popular herbs like is way too expansionist. I can't remember which one it is. Is it mint? Okay, cool. I started seeing not long ago, and maybe it's just because the algorithm has learned that I really like plants, but I started seeing stuff about like spring in the springtime. Everyone who knows sweating at the thought of their mint plants. Aggressively refreshing. There we go. Thanks for being the love of my life, Clarice. All right. No, stop. 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 Okay. Now, folks, it has come to my attention that I have not put up on the YouTube a viewing of or a watch along of the Vita Carnis analog horror series. Now, I know that on stream, and this may have been like 2 years ago, we went through the entire season 1 of Vita Carnis, and we're going to do that again today, in fact, because I don't remember the main story at all, other than it is a tale of meat gone awry. And after that, we're going to go into season 2 of Vita Carnis, because I have not seen any of that, and season 2 is well on its way. So we are going to we're gonna take a stroll through the Vita Carnis universe, and it will probably be a bit spooky, but it's very fun. I give it a shot, and if it's not for you, it's not for you. You know, stream will keep going after we finish watching through this, but you know. Meat? Never mind. Life meat? What? Yeah, look, you guys will get it. It's an analog horror series. You bringing out the winners. It's true. Look, I don't wear a keyhole top for a stream where I don't bring out winners. What is your reaction on Switch 2? My reaction on Switch 2 is that I like it. You know, like I think it could have done more. I think Nintendo could have done more with Switch 2, but also like I'm really glad I'm always really glad whenever a console has backwards compatibility. And that's going to make it so much easier to transition to that, you know? But first, before we get into Vita Carnis, folks, we've been going for an hour and 45 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and like the YouTube stream. And maybe, just maybe, consider dropping those subs and donos. Right now, guys, just gotta throw this out there. YouTube chat is dominating Riverboat chat. Just like making you guys look silly. And now, far be it from me to encourage infighting amongst the Riverboat chat community, but YouTube, you're uniquely killing it today. And also, as a bit of an update here, we are at 84 likes, and there are 250 people watching on the YouTube stream. I think we can do way better than 84. Let's go. Hit 100. Come on. Hit that like button. And please consider dropping those subs and donos, because that is how this show is made possible, thanks to viewers like you. I couldn't do it without you guys. I couldn't. You think you'd get pawpaw educational yard killing streams without the subs and donos? No, you would not. Let's see here. How are we doing on our quest to 10K? We're doing really good on our quest to 10K. We are at 9,961. We are 39 subscribers away from 10,000. There is a chance that by the end of today's stream, we will have surpassed 10,000 subscribers. I don't think we will. But if we don't hit it today, I think that there is a very, very, very good chance that on Trump's inauguration day we pass the 10,000 mark. And honestly, that feels kind of right to me, you know? That feels kind of right to me. I don't know. Yeah, it's one of our first major steps to being bigger than Hassan, baby. Harold Dean, thank you for the 100 biddies over in Twitch chat. I came here to see how the kids feel about TikTok. Oh man, the kids are not okay. You know, the vast majority of people younger than me use TikTok. The vast majority. They are deeply unhappy, and I'm a bit worried that essentially Donald Trump is going to get some easy clout and support by simply reversing the TikTok ban. You know? That's my I think that's almost certainly going to happen. Yeah, the kids are going to Red Note, but eh. Yeah, I do hope it radicalizes them to better politics, but I'm a bit worried about how things are going to go with that. We'll see. TikTok is being banned. Well, it's also being banned because it's not currently controlled by, you know, a US-based billionaire. You know, the whole data collection thing never really was a thing unique to TikTok. Like, Facebook and Meta collect so much more data than TikTok does. And they're so much more invasive with their data collection. But, like, not a word was breathed about that in Congress. You know, like, it really is just they want American capital to control these news networks. And when American capital doesn't, they get pretty upset. You know? Yeah, I mean, basically, it is one of the biggest competitors to, like, Elon Musk and YouTube and, you know, Zuckerberg. So it's not surprising that they want to eliminate their largest competitor by either buying it outright or just killing it, you know? Are they upset about Blue Sky currently? No, because Blue Sky is not... Like, Blue Sky's growing fast and it's getting big, but it's still early on, you know? It's still not nearly as big as Twitter, you know? It's getting there, though. Follow me on Blue Sky, Riverboat Jack. Have you seen Second Thought's video about it? I have not, but I do agree that a large part of it is also specifically because American capital interest does not control TikTok. That's a problem, because if they did, they would be trying to downplay the proliferation of, you know, pro-Palestinian sentiment and information. They saw that it was a potential vector for radicalization to better politics and could not abide that. Apparently, the Chinese censors are going a bit crazy at the moment because they are desperate to try and separate the sudden and unexpected influx of Americans to Red Note and trying to figure out how to separate them from Chinese users in order to maintain, like, the censor standards in their country. It's interesting stuff, to say the least. I don't want to be ruled by the biggest losers on earth. Then become ungovernable. Be instead the biggest pain in their asses. Nobody harvests data from our data excreting biologics but me. And maybe the boy. Hey, Doodle Burb. Those maniacs. They blew it up. How you doing, Doodle Burb? Everyone's favorite burb. I like learning about other cultures, also Chinese muscle mommies, yeah. Oh, no, Pluvius, I do think that you are right about that for the most part, but I also think that one of the big catalysts that allowed the ban to happen was that rich and powerful people were worried about the campus protests around Palestine. They were worried about how their perception was that TikTok radicalized these college students, and so they wanted to make sure that they get to extract money from free speech, but also that the free speech isn't too effective at radicalizing people, you know? Any ideas for best alternates to TikTok? I got nothing. I'm not an expert on that one. I would say, you know, YouTube Shorts probably the best one, because at the very least, YouTube isn't owned by Mark Zuckerberg. I know that currently there are open sourced like photo apps and video apps being made for kind of the blue sky ecosystem by various companies and folks. I think that those will be rolling out relatively soon, but yeah. We'll see. Revive Vine, you say? There's already one that's up and running? Oh, yeah, Salmon Moose. Shoot me the name. Got the screenshots that show Facebook making a TikTok account before the shutdown? Oh, that's interesting. Even more sketchy, Zuck started rolling this out today. Add your TikTok link to your Facebook profile. Huh. Right before the blackout, Facebook... Yeah. Like, one of these massive AI companies or, like, venture capital conglomerates is gonna buy TikTok. Like, we covered earlier that Perplexity AI is making a bid to buy TikTok. I think now that the ban has gone into effect, basically there is a mad scramble in tech world to see who will be able to buy TikTok by the time, at least enter into serious negotiation by the time Donald Trump is inaugurated on Monday. We're basically seeing... Zuckerberg is getting in on this. We got AI companies trying to get in on this. It wouldn't surprise me if Google made a play for it to incorporate TikTok tech and reach into YouTube. Yeah. The oligarchy is here. Yeah, I mean, basically everyone that has cultivated favor with the Trump administration, who has billions of dollars at their disposal, is now making the play to try and buy TikTok. Could the linking also be to have creators migrate content? I doubt it. I genuinely, I doubt it. Is it wrong to assume America is now Canada's enemy? Yes. I would say that Donald Trump is gonna say some wacky shit in the next week or so, but I don't think he is capable of ordering an invasion of Canada. Like there are still some limits to what he's gonna be able to do. Largely dictated by, us making sure that there is resistance to those ideas. This is what Blue Sky people are talking about. Cannot say anything on it because photography was a hobby of mine that was murdered. Wait, why was photography murdered? So this is apparently a Blue Sky photo video app. I have not heard anything about it. Could be cool. But worth checking out if you are, TikTok homeless at the moment. So consider checking out Pixel Fed, I guess. Meanwhile, the LGBT gets wiped off the American internet ecosystem. Well, hey, not here. What is the app called? Pixel Fed? Open source and federated, which are green flags. True! I'd love a Blue Sky music/audio posting site. Oh, that'd be so cool. Pixel Fed. Yeah, it's for federal government. Will everything go back to normal in 2029? No. No. Normal is dead and gone. We are post-normal. So what you should really be asking is what you are going to do to get involved to make sure that we change things for the better post, the Trump administration. Like we are in a crisis. We're like it's not going to go back to normal unless we make it normal. And I would argue we should seek to make it better than normal. We should seek to make it good instead of bad. And instead of normal. So, yeah, my entire channel, I think I've kind of realigned it to focus more on get involved with your local Democratic Party, get involved with your local DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, get involved with those groups. And if you don't have those groups, make those groups. Because we need to improve our local politics, and then our state level politics, and then our national politics. And that is a long-term project. And we have midterms coming up in 2026. So now is the time we need to get involved in our local politics so that we can have, we can change our local areas for the better. My partner and I, we joined DSA. We've been going to meetings. It's been really cool. It's been really fun. We're turning our next DSA meeting that we're attending into like a little date night. It's going to be really fun. But you got to do something. And you can make it fun, but you got to do something. Yeah, Miss Kaylee, we need ranked choice voting in the Dem primaries. Exactly. And every state has different ways of doing Democratic primaries because states figure out their own election process. And so if you want a say in how that election process goes, you need to join your local Dems because you need to be able to pressure them inside the room as well as outside the room. You need both. because they're spineless. You need the dual pressure in order to straighten that spine out. Actually, we need proportional representation. I want anything that is better than our current first past the post system. I know that we can quibble about the mathematics of like different voting systems. I do not give a shit as long as it's better than what we currently have. That's my position. I do not give a shit about what voting system, whether it's star point voting system, whatever. We need better systems. One thing that I'm really excited about is that in the next couple years, we're getting the New York City mayoral race. And there is an opportunity here to unseat Eric Adams. And there is an honest-to-God progressive running in that race. He had a great interview with Sam Cedar the other day. Highly recommend you check out that interview.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
But one of the cool things about the New York City mayoral race is that they have ranked choice voting now. So you get 4 votes and can rank them in your preference order. And that's going to be so helpful to like actually getting a better candidate into office in New York City. And I know it's not mathematically the best, but it allows us to have a much better voting system. Even if it is mathematically not the quantifiably best one, it is still miles better than first past the post. Eric Adams is a monster. It needs to go. And this is one of the, like, I think that there's a decent chance that he could get kicked out. Here's hoping. Maybe New York City won't have a crazy mayor next. It'd be nice, right? I think ranked choice voting passed in 2023? No. Okay, yeah, the last mayoral election was in 2021. So, like, this is really the first time people have had history with the idea of ranked choice voting. I think progressive parties in New York City are going to do a lot better in this election than the last one. Oh, Ladani Kunst. Yeah, we're not gonna have like a normal ever again. Like a lot of what is gonna happen in the next week, months, years is going to be a systematic gutting and robbery of the American system, and it's gonna break us in possibly fundamental ways. But unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of just going, well, everything's broken. We have to roll up our sleeves and get to work fixing it. We have to roll up our sleeves and right now, in order to do our best to limit the damage that is done. And then we have to, once the storm has passed, rebuild, make it better. Whatever was normal. Now, folks, we've been going for 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos. And we're going to jump into Vita Carnis. Okay? Remember, join your local DSA. Figure out your local DEM meetings. It's important. Figure out how your system works. All right. Hitting this button. So, folks, here we are. It is time for us to view Season 1 of Vita Carnis, and also known lovingly as Vita Carnitas. And I'm excited. I remember watching this vaguely maybe like 2 years ago and really enjoying it. But we're gonna go over it on stream. I think it's gonna be really fun to refresh my memory at least. And also when we finish season 1, we're jumping into season 2, baby. At least season 2 up to this point. I have no idea how many things are going to get released in season 2. We might have to do a follow-up with the rest of season 2 in the future. But we're going to do this today. Let's hop right in, folks. We are starting off with Vita Carnis Living Meat Research Documentary 1, Intro and the Crawl. So get out your notepads, folks, because we're going to be learning some lore today.
On planet Earth, life has thrived for millions of years. Creatures big and small have found ways to adapt and evolve to flourish in all types of environments. From barren wastes to lush forests, life can be found. Earth has homed these creatures since the dawn of life itself. Only until very recently, things have changed. New life forms have appeared all around.
Very recently, things have changed. Gigantic bug monsters on every continent.
Around the globe and completely changing the balance of nature and what we know about evolution itself. That is why we, at National Living Meat Research, have been studying these new species, trying to help educate everyone about these creatures and their wondrous ways of life. First, what are these new life forms? Since their explosive arrival across the globe in 1931, there has been much debate on what these newcomers are, and where they came from. Are they extraterrestrials coming to invade Earth? Or are they demons who come from hell to purge humanity? From what our scientists have...
Okay, so I think it's notable, if we are to begin, like, parsing out interesting bits of the lore, they show up in 1931. Presumably, I don't know that we got a year in like the intro here, but presumably this is in 1990, or early 2000s maybe, given like the VHS quality to it. I'm gonna go 1990s. So it's been like 60 years. They still don't know what these things are, or how they got here. That's interesting.
Have discovered. No. The origins of these creatures are solely to Earth, miraculously out of nowhere. We don't know why or how, but one thing is for certain, Earth is now their home. What these creatures are is mysterious and still not well known today. But here is what we do know. These creatures are comprised mainly of muscle tissue, organs, and bones. They greatly resemble animals with no skin, or store-bought meat. Because of these characteristics...
Wait, just to go back here, I wonder if there's any particular... I wonder if this is a typo or a deliberate choice, organs being capitalized. Because when we go into new stuff like this, I'm always kind of like, is this actually like something we as the audience just don't know about yet? Like, are organs for these things something completely alien?
They resemble animals with no skin, or store-bought meat. Because of these characteristics, they have been named accordingly as Vita Carnis. The Carnis species consume decaying, organic matter, but their main diet is composed of raw meat, not including their Carnis relatives. The Carnis only appear in places where there is an abundance of crawl, which leads to the first creature of the Carnis species, the crawl. The crawl is a growth of meaty tendrils that closely resemble the small intestine, the only difference being the dark red coloration. These tendrils grow in a similar pattern as vines, mold, or fungi. A primary stem structure is the host to divisions of other.
Can I just note this real quick? It is somewhat disturbing that they grow in a similar pattern to vines, mold, or fungi. It looks like this is maybe like on a grave. And does that imply that the Vita Carnis is eating like the corpses out of graveyards? And has been for potentially decades? That's a bit that you know, I don't like the implications of that, honestly.
Fungi. A primary stem structure is the host to divisions of other, smaller branches. In each tendril contains a variety of veins, arteries, and other similar organs used to transport nutrients absorbed from its surroundings. The ends of these tendrils are equipped with organelles used to absorb water and organic matter necessary for growth. The source of these organic materials is mainly found in dirt and soil on surrounding surfaces. Using its root-like tendrils, it absorbs the material and processes it into usable energy. Although, the crawl also obtains energy through another means. Using a sophisticated form of photosynthesis, the dark pigmentation of the smaller branches is ideal for absorbing sunlight, and therefore allowing solar energy to fuel the crawl's growth.
Okay, so it can grow both on nutrients in the soil and just pure sunlight. So, honestly, this is worrying on its own because it kind of implies that there's nothing you can do to stop this thing, right?
Because of its efficiency, it thrives in almost all types of environments, easily allowing it to spread across the world, and can be found pretty much anywhere.
What's going on up here, though? It can be found pretty much anywhere except right here in northern Canada.
World, and can be found pretty much anywhere. Its recent inclusion in the ecosystem has caused many major changes in nature's balance. One may assume that the crawl's presence may outcompete any other competitors, but due to its unique life cycle, where old branches fall off and decay into nutrient-rich compost, all forms of life seemingly flourish instead.
I don't understand why we're watching this, because I think it's fun, and sometimes I cover stuff like this, because I think it's fun. That's, you know, that's why, you know, sometimes I want to cover not just things that are newsworthy, but also just things that bring me joy, and I think more people should learn about analog horror, because it's where a lot of really cool horror, like, experimentation is happening, and, like, this is made by someone with, like, almost $0 budget, and it's a really compelling, like, piece of artistic media, and I think that's really cool. And also I like the mental puzzle of figuring out what is happening and, like, theorizing about what this world is, you know? It's fun. It's the same reason I sometimes play games on stream.
Crawl's abundance grants plenty of nourishment to all animals, from plants feeding on the decayed crawl, herbivores thriving on increased plant population, and carnivores feeding on both the abundant prey, and are able to eat the crawl as well. The presence of...
Can we just take a moment here and maybe be like, maybe recognize that suddenly introducing this new creature, vegetation, whatever you want to call this, into an ecosystem, and then suddenly the plants are eating it, and the vegetarian herbivores are eating it, and then the meat eaters are also eating it. This seems bad, actually. This seems you're propagating this alien plant. It's an invasive species that is maybe parasitically inserting itself into the ecosystem.
The abundant prey, and are able to eat the crawl as well. The presence of all these animals leave behind waste, which will be broken down and consumed by the crawl, and the cycle begins again. This form of symbiosis leads to an environment where all populations thrive. Humanity also uses the crawl to our advantage. Because of the supernatural rate of growth and its richness in nutrients, it has been sustainably...
I'm sorry, the supernatural rate of growth? That's not good. Also, photographed by Esther. I wonder if Esther is gonna be like a protagonist. And let's see if there was anything in that static right then. Oh, a newspaper. Radio tower overgrown with crawl. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so this is it's not just like creeping ivy on a house. It's quite literally rapidly overtaking entire structures at times.
And its richness in nutrients, it has been sustainably cultivated into domestic farms. The crawl is harvested and processed into fertilizer, which greatly increases crop yield and quality. The crawl may also be used as a food source for humans, and reliably so. But due to its unkindly appearance and taste, it has yet to reach cuisine standards. The crawl also plays a very important role in the next creatures that we have been studying. Sometimes, in a crawl-populated environment, a node of meat may develop on one of the branches. This node will fall off and grow into a functioning organism, and go to live on as an independent animal.
Meat node, meat node!
This leads us to the upcoming species that we will be discussing. The first of these creatures are the trimmings.
Oh, okay. We're gonna let's see what the hell those were. That doesn't seem good. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom. The kingdom was... I can't really make out the rest of this. Cool. Was there another image in here? Okay, so obviously there has been some setup here. It's going to get really bad. We have an alien, or possibly supernatural, given that weird turn of phrase in there, creature that has propagated all over the planet and is embedding itself in our ecosystem. Humans are trying to figure out uses for it, but also have no idea where it came from. And it is causing infrastructural damage just on the baseline. Okay? Very interesting stuff. Let's go on to episode 2. Let's learn about the trimmings.
The trimmings. Trimmings are small animals that resemble skinned raccoons. They are commonly known to have a plump body, round head, small eyes, nose and ear holes, and an agape mouth. They are also equipped with a diversity of limbs. All individual trimmings are unique, each with a different body shape, number of limbs, and other characteristics. One thing they all share in common is that they are made mostly of meat tissue, and are a maximum of 20 centimeters in length, no larger.
Wait, what did the large majority of the body is flesh?
Made mostly of meat tissue, and are a maximum of 20 centimeters in length, no.
Also, one of the things I love about analog horror is watching how the people who make them kind of mature as, like, filmmakers and content creators, because, like, this is a really high quality first stab at this, right? And I remember, I don't remember the lead up to it as much, but I remember the, like, season finale of season 1 being extremely cool. And, like, I can't imagine, like, that season 2 is going to be anything less than that, you know?
Larger than a basketball. Its life starts with its separation from the crawl. It will
You know, basketball is pretty large, though. I don't want a creature that's like this big. I don't want a flesh ball that's almost the size of a basketball. That's actually horrifying.
wonder to find anything that is edible and able to consume. Although it is an omnivore,
Who's
being
the
able
artist?
to
This is a series by Darian Quilloy.
hunt meat
Yeah, Darian Quilloy.
and forage for plant matter, trimmings are almost entirely scavengers. Their diet consists of rotting plants and meat, including, but not limited to, fruits, vegetables, roots, seeds, insects, and deceased animals. Although its appearance is unsightly, it is a cowardly creature, only fleeing, screeching, and hiding when threatened.
You know, okay, controversial take here. It's kind of a cute little guy. Look, he's kind of a cute. He's just a little guy.
This is what Republicans think lab-grown meat is.
Unironically, this is what Republicans are imagining lab-grown meat is.
Cowardly creature, only fleeing.
I don't think I want to have one as a pet, but like I don't look at this and say, oh, horrifying. Yeah, maybe a little bit gross.
Screeching and hiding when threatened.
Especially with the screeching. I don't want screeching from a pet.
Because of its lack of defensive traits, it lies near the bottom of the food chain, making it easily overpowered and picked off very
Little buddy
regularly by
meatball
predators. Naturally, its population would eventually die out, but this is not the case.
Tell us a little bit more about that. Mass trimming infestation, estimated 400 plus trimmings gathered under a large abandoned satellite dish. All does not seem well with these things.
Is not the case. The crawl constantly produces a large quantity of trimming nodes, keeping up their numbers. Naturally.
So it seems yet again like another way of infecting the ecosystem. Also.
Quantity of trimming nodes, keeping up their numbers. Naturally, trimmings can be found wherever there is abundant crawl.
And yet again, we have this notable little white blotch.
Trimmings grow at a decent pace, reaching maturity at around 7 months, having a maximum lifespan of 2 to 4 years. Although they are plentiful, humanity has...
That's a good observation, Violet Gummy Cow. Radio towers, satellite dishes, attacks or gatherings on those sites. That seems interesting.
No proper way to implement trimmings into society. Their overabundance has even considered them pests, due to them digging through trash bins and making excessive noise at night. Besides all of this, some people still keep trimmings as pets and relatively domesticate them.
Okay, I don't like their faces. I'm not a huge fan of whatever this head is. The other one looked maybe acceptable. The face on this guy being a manic grin is not I don't appreciate that part.
Nuisance or not, trimmings are a wondrous
Yeah, like this looks more like a beak. That's acceptable. I don't want human teeth on this.
Creature. From their plentiful numbers to their skittish nature, they are truly a thing to behold. The next species on our list is the meat snake.
I already know all about those. Oh. No, you can't. You can't slip that one by me. Okay. So it looks like Oh, that's the meat snake picture. But we keep getting these pictures of a storybook. So, king and queen, prince. The prince appears to be thrown overboard in a storm of some kind. All right, here we go. Chapter 3. Gonna learn about meat snakes today.
The meat snake. The meat snake is a worm-like creature, made of a variety of types of meat, coated in a transparent, skin-like membrane.
Wait, transparent coating that acts as the brain and nervous system, holds the body together, contains the preserving fluids to keep the meat and organs from decaying. Oh, God.
Its size varies during its lifespan, depending on how much it consumes.
I don't like the idea that its skin is a brain.
When it first separates from the crawl, it is only a few centimeters in length. Eventually, it will reach an average length of 5 meters.
Oh my God. It starts out the size of a penny, and it grows to 16 fucking feet.
Although, under extreme conditions, like natural disasters, war, or plague, it can greatly surpass this.
Largest meat snake ever discovered during a sweep of the underground settlements made during the war. A massive-sized meat snake was discovered stuck inside an underground railway. The beast was measured at a total of 40 meters in length. It's believed that bodies gathered during the war were fed to the creature, causing it to reach the unbelievable size. Cult activity. Okay, so definitely supernatural stuff is happening here, because these things are being worshipped in some manner. Like they're sacrificially feeding this gigantic meat creature corpses. Okay.
Surpass this length. The meat snake's diet consists entirely of dead animals or parts.
Now I'm starting to lean towards eldritch horror, maybe?
A meat snake is incapable of consuming a healthy, living organism. The meat snake allocates its food by using a tongue-like organ covered in sensors to touch and feel its environment. The sensors catch particles of decaying meat, notifying the meat snake that there is food nearby. This process shares many similarities to regular snakes, hence the meat snake's name. Once it locates the corpse, the meat snake will open its jaw and swallow the entire body whole.
Oh God.
Once the entire body is consumed, the meat snake's stomach will release a variety of chemicals. Some will break down soft tissue like skin and the connection points between muscles. Others chemicals will then ferment and preserve the tissue to keep it from breaking down for as long as possible. After that, the remaining flesh and bones will move along the meat snake's tract and slowly be implemented into its own structure, extending the meat snake. Unsatisfactory parts like skulls, pelvises, hair, and fingernails will be excreted.
Wait, why wouldn't it eat skulls? Like it'll eat the other bones. But why not
Parts
skulls?
like skulls, pelvises.
Also, why not pelvis? Very strange omissions, meat snake.
Hair and fingernails will be excreted. Speaking of skull.
Oh, there's no marrow in the skull? Oh.
The meat snake will take the skull from the consumed organism and use it as its own. Each meat snake has its own skull, each corresponding to what that one has consumed. During its lifespan, it will swap or replace these skulls if needed.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that concept at all.
A meat snake's lifespan depends entirely on how much a meat snake consumes. The longest one has lived for was 28 years. The meat snake has no predators and is immune to disease due to its preserving chemicals. The only significant ways a meat snake can die is through starvation, burning, or complete destruction of the meat snake's membrane coating. Interestingly, the meat snake is the only member
Esther again taking this photograph.
of the Carnis family that is able to reproduce. When a meat snake reaches an excessive size, and is in the conditions to do so, it will commence mitosis, splitting itself in two. Then the now two meat snakes will go on their separate ways and live on as two distinct organisms.
Oh, I don't like that. That thing's too big to do that. I don't like that concept at all.
Meat snakes can only be found in moderate temperature climates, not too hot, not too cold.
Okay, interestingly, looks like up in the north you're relatively okay for meat snakes, but really only in the south. Like, really only South America, the southernmost part of it, and a bit in Latin America. That's interesting. And this white area, yet again, up here, a bit bigger.
Their population depends entirely on the amount of corpses available. Where there is death.
Photographed by Seoxide M.
There are meat snakes. Humanity will use them to our advantage. Meat snakes are a very efficient and clean way of disposing of any meat products. The preserving fluid within the meat snake's body disinfects the carrion, preventing the spread of disease. Humans use meat snakes in butcher shops as a waste bin, dispose roadkill, within war on the battlefield to dispose of festering bodies and parts, and within zoos to dispose of deceased animals. They are extremely tame, not caring if any creature is around them, only acting defensively when it is within consuming a meal. This means they are very easy to tame. Overall, meat snakes are a marvelous creature with a very interesting way of sustaining itself. It is an
Too big, though. You know, like, I don't like that skull is not actually a part of it. I don't like that basically it is a meat snake that then adheres to a skull and uses it with
amazing experience to encounter one, as long as you don't mind the smell.
Oh.
Our next creature is the mimic.
I don't care for that one. Oh, looks like we got a new storybook page. After being stranded at sea, the young prince eventually was cast to an island. Injured, the prince stumbled his way into a nearby cave. The prince used what magic he could to put himself into a healing sleep. Oh, okay. Darian Quilloy, you magnificent son of a bitch. What a great series you've put together here. I'm interested.
The mimic. The mimic is a bipedal creature with uncanny similarities to humanoid anatomy. They greatly resemble humans without skin, with added exaggerated features. These features include extended finger length, longer limbs, bulging, empty eyes.
I do like this design for a mimic creature. Like, I find this unnerving and terrifying, but like in a positive way. I think this design is good.
And their most prominent feature, a wide, teeth-filled smile. Although it resembles a happy face, this
does it?
Is due to coincidence, and is only how their facial structure is shaped. The maw of the mimic contains much more teeth than humans, and their teeth
mouth contains almost entirely incisors with a few can't make out what it says.
is comprised almost entirely of incisors, with some canine and premolars in the back. This tooth composition is ideal for biting down onto meat and swallowing chunks whole. A mature mimic's diet is comprised entirely of human flesh.
So this is very specifically made out of human flesh, not just any flesh. If this flesh infestation consumes enough human flesh, this thing is made. Oh wait, it's diet?
A mature mimic's diet is comprised
Oh, it's diet. Oh, okay, so they exclusively predate on humans.
entirely of human flesh.
Ow, like that.
Because of this, they are found solely around human-populated areas.
Does that imply that no one lives? No one's living in South America anymore? Now I'm really concerned here that something really bad happened.
Because of this, they are found solely around human-populated areas. The mimic's life cycle is made of 3 stages. In the first stage, a young mimic separates from the crawl. They closely resemble their trimming relatives, but are thin, sleek, and only have 4 appendages. In this stage, the young mimic will hunt small animals, moving on to larger and larger as they grow. Once large enough, it will begin metamorphosis into the next stage of life. Once fully transformed, it will resemble the description mentioned in the beginning. Its hunting style changes and becomes much more complicated.
Mimic locked inside home after owner escaped. Photographed by Shanzi Guy. Oh, I don't like that.
It now stalks and feeds only on humans. It will locate human.
I'm sorry. Well, you're skipping past an important part. I could tell. Oh, that photograph is from inside the room.
It will locate human-populated area.
And also, they are taller than people. I don't like that.
And begin its search for an easy target. To blend in, it may use objects to conceal itself. These include clothing, mannequins, and furniture.
Oh boy.
Once a target has been found, the mimic will observe its prey and learn its routine and when it is most vulnerable. This is typically when the human is asleep at night. Once the prey is within position, the mimic will advance silently until it is close enough. The mimic will then execute and immediately begin consumption. Once the mimic has had its fill, it will leave the scene, a fair distance away from the human population, and begin to digest its meal. Although, in the case that a human is awake, a mimic will use a variety of sounds to either lure or startle prey and
fuck. That was a real knock. No, the sound is just so good.
into cornering themselves. Once a human is in place, it will swiftly attack and kill the helpless target.
Oh god. I think this lady might be cooked. I don't think she's gonna be okay. Oh fuck. It's so fucking big. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. It's so big!
The next stage of the mimic's life cycle has two potential morphs it may develop into. If a mimic has a consistent supply of food, it will develop more human-like features. It will grow skin, hair, and by the end will look nearly identical to a human being. It now can blend entirely into civilization and lure other humans more effectively. The second type of morph happens when a mimic receives an overabundance of food. It will grow into a larger, more evolved hunter. Its proportions will increase in length, and its humanoid features will fade away. It grows a thick, dark coating of a flexible skin, which is highly durable, and increases in strength the more the elder mimic consumes.
Does that mean they're bulletproof?
This excludes the face, which is now coated in a pale pink skin.
Photographed by Matthias S.
The mimic's teeth have also moved deeper into the mimic's throat,
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
leaving its mouth a toothless grin. It uses the dark hue of its skin to hide seamlessly within a dark environment. Its skills have also been heightened. This makes an elder mimic one of the most efficient predators on the planet. Because of the obvious threat this poses on humanity, nations around the world have released instructions on how to be able to fend for yourself in a mimic encounter. Here are the instructions.
1. Avoid going out alone if your location is known to have mimics, or there have been mimic sightings. 2. If you encounter a stationary mimic, seemingly unfazed by your presence, quietly leave the location and alert your local authorities. 3. If pursued by a mimic, get yourself into a position where you are able to flee. Mimics will rarely attack if a person has a clear escape route. 4. In the event that you have been cornered by a mimic, roll into the fetal position, protecting your neck, face, and vital organs from attack. Make as much noise as you can to alert any other people. 5. If you have a weapon, do not use it. A mimic is fairly resilient, and any strikes or shots on a mimic is not effective enough to bring it down in time. Instead, use it as a barrier between you and the mimic to block any attacks. 6. In a situation where a mimic is hunting in the immediate area, and is not aware of your position, hide somewhere low, like under a bed or behind other furniture. A mimic will not linger too long to search for prey, and will move on.
Be safe, and avoid any encounters with a mimic at all costs. Next up, the Harvester.
Oh. We got a thing. He slept for what seemed like forever. As he slept, the land around him changed and grew. It was unrecognizable from when the prince first arrived, but the sleep still needed time to heal the prince, much more time, but it kept the prince safe while he rested, guarding him from the elements as the land changed. Oh. Yeah, I don't think she's okay, guys. I don't think she's okay. All right, so that's episode 4 there. Golly. How can it escalate from here? Eating bones like French fries, right? Okay. Next is living research. We're learning about harvesters. She got better.
The Harvester. The Harvester is a large, bulbous mass, with a large amount of tendrils spreading from the base. The bulb measures around 3 meters in height and 2 meters in diameter. The tendrils, on the other hand, can extend up to 150 meters in diameter horizontally.
Damn.
The Harvester is a specialized form of crawl that grows in a unique and deadly way. A harvester is created when a node, that will grow into a harvester, instead of separating, continues to grow. Eventually, It will grow tendrils of its own. It uses the energy provided by its mother branch and expands its reach further. Its tendrils, hidden just below the surface of the ground. The harvester is equipped with two types of specialized tendrils. The first type is bulky and flat. They lie the closest to the surface. These branches are lined on each length of the tendril with spines, extending in the shape of a bear trap. On each side of the branch, those particular spines have a vein that feed into them, that pump two types of venom. On one side, the spines can inject a neurotoxin, which will attack the nervous system of whomever it is injected into, causing sudden paralysis.
Cool.
The other side can inject an anticoagulant, which when injected, prevents blood cells from clotting.
Oh.
Whenever a large animal moves across the area armed with these tendrils, the branches will clamp onto the animal and thrash violently. Once the prey has been injected with both venoms, the tendrils will rest and the prey will immediately collapse. The animal will be unable to move due to the paralysis, and the wounds caused by the thrashing spines will not stop bleeding. All the prey can do is lie patiently, until succumbing to blood loss. Once the prey has bled out, the second type of tendrils come in. They lie below the spine equipped once. These branches are thick, but very sturdy. They share similar anatomy to the small branches of the crawl, equipped with organelle that absorbs nutrients. These tendrils sense the blood, and move their way to the surface and begin to absorb the vital fluid. Once the blood has been consumed, the tendrils will wrap around the body and begin to shuffle downwards. This movement loosens the soil and slowly pull the body underground. Once secure, the tendrils will continue to feed until there is nothing but scraps. The nourishment absorbed by the tendrils will be sucked back into the main bulb of the harvester. This bulb houses all the vital organs and the venom glands that pump into the spines.
Photographed by Alistair's Angel.
The nutrients are then converted into usable energy. The remains underground decompose, providing a rich soil, causing very prominent plant growth, which then attracts more animals. A strange behavior the harvester displays as its choice of diet.
Can I just say I really appreciate like the thought given to like how this creature would interact with its ecosystem and like all the different ways that like this makes sense for a kind of new predatory creature to exist. Like this makes sense to me. Like it doesn't make the thing undergirding all of this is that it doesn't make sense how this would ever evolve to be. But it makes sense as something that would do unreasonably well in our world if it suddenly popped into existence.
The spines will only activate on larger animals, allowing smaller ones to pass by unaffected. The spines will also not activate on some species of bird. There are a couple theories as to why this happens. One, it could be that attacking smaller animals would cost too much energy for what they get in return, making it not worth the time. Another could be that smaller animals may attract larger animals or predators, allowing a safe place where prey may thrive and lure more predators. It truly is astonishing. Although it is a spectacular creature, it is also very dangerous. The harvester is decently rare, only populating sparse areas in the northern hemisphere and woodland forests. If you are stung by a harvester, there will be no way of helping you, being that there is no cure, and fatality is 100% positive.
Family attacked by harvester while hiking. Authorities refuse to handle the harvester, only putting up warning so the public can be careful. That's really interesting. It really does seem like the governments of the world aren't terribly interested in like combating these, or know more about this Vita Carnis infestation than they're willing to admit publicly. Because it doesn't seem like from these news clippings that they're able to push it back. It seems like maybe they are being overwhelmed and don't know how to deal with this because again, no known cure for the harvester venom, right? Like if you get it sounds like if you get like pricked by the anticoagulation serum on this thing, you will just bleed out. You will just continue to bleed out of that wound until you die, even if it didn't paralyze you, you know?
The best thing you can do is avoid encountering a harvester in the first place. If you are hiking, take note of any warnings or signs saying that there are harvesters around. If you also notice an abundance of lush.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, King Kerplunk. The government, we already know that the government could handle a lot of these creatures, though we don't know if this thing is fireproof or not. We know that the meat snake was vulnerable to fire. We don't know about this one. I don't know that we can assume that they're all vulnerable to fire.
Ground-dwelling plants in a forested area, and there are no signs of wildlife. This is suspicious and you should leave the area, staying close to the base of large trees or rocks. If you find yourself in the middle of a harvester ground, do not panic. Sudden movements may activate the tendrils and will inject you. Although a harvester is rather forgiving, do not risk any skittish movements. Remain calm. If you have any objects with considerable heft, like coats, backpacks, or full water bottles, gently take that object and lightly toss it towards the bulb, and away from your escape route. This will activate the spines on where the object lands, distracting the bulb for a moment. You will then slowly begin to do wide shuffles away from the bulb. If possible,
You gotta do the Shai Hulud shuffle.
throw another object when you are certain you are a fair enough distance away, just to be safe. Continue until you are completely sure you are out of harm's way. You may come out unscathed, but don't be too obnoxious, or you will be a harvester's next meal. Next up is the host.
Oh boy, the host. And it looks like now we have little gremlin creatures. I can't make out any of the text on that one. Let's learn about the host. So far, this is now painting, I think, a picture of a world that's being consumed. Like, it seems like we're seeing, like, the early form of the planet being digested. If I were to, like, throw out a concept. That's a pretty cool premise for a setting. I like that.
The host of influence. The host of influence, more commonly referred to as the host, has its name derived from a host who invites guests to an event. Not to be confused with a host, a harborer of parasites or disease. The host is a semi-humanoid looking organism. It has the structure of a head, torso, and arms. Other than this, it shares no other characteristics. The lower half of the host is comprised of a mass of fibrous tissue and tendrils that burrow into the ground to hold the host in place. Instead of skin, the host is covered in muscular tissue fibers, tendons, and veins. In some parts of the body are covered in a meaty plate, used to cover any large exposed areas, but allowing movement. The host's head has a smooth surface where the face should be, attached to a crooked neck, which houses a slit in the front used for feeding.
So far, this one seems not that bad.
Host's back is a mound of pores. Protruding from these pores are hollow, hair-like structures, extending outwards. These hairs are barrels that release spores produced within host's body.
Okay, we're never mind. I take it back. We talking spores now.
By being fired into the air. These spores are hazardous, so keep clear of them at all costs.
That's a worrisome image. Did we see another one right before that, too? What the fuck is that? Is that just a gigantic hole? Oh, wait, nope. I bet that's like cult imagery. It looks like a black circle, and in the middle of it is a small red triangle. I bet this is cult imagery. Oh, wait. I bet this thing is the host, right? I bet this thing is like the center of the cultist activity. Like it invites humans in to participate in the cult.
Luckily, the host is rare, only found in North America.
That doesn't seem great.
Obtaining info about the host is a very risky and daunting task. This is because of their rarity and of how dangerous it is to be up close to one. The spores released by a host is very dangerous when inhaled. A host will release a cloud of spores into the air, which will be picked up by wind and carried great distances. If an organism inhales the spores, the particles will find their way into the organism's brain and infect them.
Oh.
An infected organism will show no symptoms of infection right away, but a couple hours after infection the infected organism's behavior and thought process will change. The first symptoms that appear are restlessness, sluggish movement, numbness of joints, and lack of coordination. Then more serious symptoms appear over time. These include dizziness, migraines, impaired speech, and trembles. If you, or someone you know show these symptoms, contact poison control or emergency services. After a total of 6 to 7 hours after infection, the organism will cease all activities they were previously doing and begin to walk. The direction the infected will walk is towards the host whose spores have been inhaled by the infected individual. If the infected makes their way to the host, they will kneel down in front of it, expose their vital organs, and the host will promptly gut and remove those organs. The host will consume them and discard the leftover scraps. However, if an infected organism doesn't reach the host within a 36-hour span or is treated for their infection, the effects will wear off and return back to normal. If a host is unable to find prey or doesn't like its current location, it will unroot itself and move to a new location. Their scarce numbers and the hazard of being around one makes getting info about the host very daunting. All you need to currently know is that the host is extreme.
Those are the only known photos of a living host. Oh god.
Extremely dangerous and should be avoided at all costs. Next, the monoliths.
Oh baby, I want to know about the monoliths. Let's go. Oh. Although one day, the critters found the cave while searching for food. They found the prince in a trance in his healing sleep. The critters were so awestruck and enchanted by the prince's magic. Isn't this fun? I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having a good time. Hope you all are too. I'd just throw hands with the host. That makes you a terrible guest. This rules, doesn't it? Didn't Darian Quilloy make something really cool? This is like, I'm horrified by this, but in the best way. All right, next one. Bring on the monoliths, baby.
The monoliths. The monolith is a very new creature, only showing up in June of 1972, in the area of...
Okay, so it only showed up, 41 years after the initial appearance of this creature. Because remember, it showed, the creature first appeared in 1931, so 41 years later, the monolith was sighted, and it looks like it's around this white area, like this place that has like a white rim on it.
There are only 7 monoliths, all of them located in a circular position, 1.5 kilometers in diameter.
That's okay, that's weird.
This ring of monoliths surround. The monolith is a Titanic-sized being.
Okay, also, it's very... So, in the context of what we're watching, this is very clearly like an educational, possibly like government training documentary. And even this is censored, so this is kind of like sensitive information, but for lower-ranking people who are not being fully briefed on what's happening here. Presumably a dead zone or portal of some kind? Could be, yeah.
Measuring roughly 120 meters in height.
Oh my god, what?
Each monolith has 2 trunk legs that are firmly embedded underground. The legs connect to a torso.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
The creature itself is made of hundreds of thousands of meaty strands, tightly woven together to form the structure. These strands end at the neck, fusing into a solid mass of hardened flesh in the shape of an upside-down triangle, with a hole in its center. On each side of the monolith where arms would be, there are dozens of long, rope-like appendages. These reach just barely to the ground. At the creature's feet, the strands go deep into the earth and extend horizontally a decent distance away. What the monoliths do is simply stand and do nothing. The only activity documented that the monoliths have done was in. During this period, they were extremely aggressive. When the group of were making their way to the city, the monolith that they had passes roared a deep bellow and swung its appendages at the team, completely wiping them out. When military vehicles were dispatched, once they got close enough top the monolith, it roared another call, this time releasing an EMP blast, completely knocking the vehicles out in the vicinity. Finally, long-distance rockets were fired and struck the creature. Although damaged, it...
Wait. That's so cool. Okay, so they swing their rope arms under the right conditions and can do EMP blasts.
Although damaged, it regenerated at great speed and resumed its stance unscathed. Eventually, the area has been fenced off and is now restricted to all. Ever since, the monolith stands silently, now only a grand spectacle of awe and mystery, only adding more questions to these meat beings. And
I really don't like that you're calling them meat beings, because wouldn't that apply to most of animals? You're calling them something else. It's like they're made of mystical meat, you know?
Woot.
Very knifey duck, thank you for subscribing with Prime and supporting the show. I appreciate you, and thank you for making this stream I do possible.
finally, the last creature on this list is...
Oh. Oh. The last creature on this list is... looks like some kind of sphere. The orb. Okay, what is this? Basically, it looks like these creatures are discussing amongst themselves what the sleeping prince could be. They don't know what he is.
Marvelous and majestic world that exists today. It's as extraordinary to have such strange and mysterious beings appear all around us. Thank you for joining us on this journey of exploration and discovery of the lives of these living meat creatures.
Oh, is it skipping? Like it completely edited out what the last one was? More to come. Oh, this is the full footage. Okay, wait. Let's skip through this faster just to see if there's anything new. Because this is the direct viewing order playlist. But I think this is just... This might have just been edited together. Just seeing if there is any additional footage here. So far, it doesn't seem like it. But maybe, like, one of the parts that was censored will be uncensored. That's my hope. Let's figure out if I'm right. It still has this in there. I don't like that that mimic design. That mimic design freaks me out. Not a huge fan. Can we watch the mimic again? And no, fuck no. But also didn't like that the physical and practical effects in this are really good, I think. Okay, so far the censor bars do not seem to be removed at all. We're at this part, still censored. Oh! We did get more info.
List is.
Wait, did we get a legible page from this? Why is he here? Are they dangerous? A thought was brought up. What if this creature could use its magic to help them? It may grow food, heal sickness. They continued to argue about the prince and his magic. These creatures are trying to figure out what this sleeping prince can do with his magic. Oh, the Singularity.
Singularity is an orb comprised of a dark-colored mineral with hints of luminous colors within its core. The Singularity is estimated to be 1 meter in diameter. The orb has several unique qualities that are not well understood. The Singularity typically can be found suspended in air by an unseen force. There are also a variety of readings that have been documented coming from the orb itself. Various things like magnetic fields, energy signatures, and other pattern-like signals released by the Singularity. The population of these creatures is unknown. Almost all info about the Singularity is hidden or confiscated by officials. We were only able to receive one classified document about the Singularity being held by...
So now, there's a national meat research lab, right, that produced the documentary. We must be seeing this from the perspective of a third party, not really a member of the public per se, or a member of the government, but instead like a third party, perhaps like an underground organization that is trying to figure out what the hell is going on with all this living meat. Because this is, you know, talking about how information is being hidden by officials, right? And I think that this is maybe similar to the other bits that have been slipped into, you know, very
Arby's,
static
we have the
throughout the rest of
meats.
this. Ah, this is where Arby gets the meat. That would make so much sense.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Also, folks, if you are enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. And consider dropping some subs or donos. And also, go subscribe to Darian _ Quilloy, okay? Do it. Go do it, you silly billies. This deserves a lot more attention. But yes, also consider dropping subs and donos because I need them to not die. And would appreciate your support. What's the deal with anime food? Why does it always look better than real food? I want to eat a cartoon? Huh. But I'm a person of flesh and blood. Jerry Seinfeld's stand-up career is not going well. Stone Corbel, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. Y'all, appreciate the support. And let's continue, huh?
Marvelous and majestic world that exists today. It's as extraordinary to have such strange and mysterious beings appear all around us. Thank you for joining us on this journey of exploration and discovery of the lives of these living meat creatures.
Like meat.
Wait,
go back?
Thank you for to have marvelous.
Oh, you're right. Okay, this is just the same document we saw displayed on screen, which is why it's still censored at the bottom.
Marvelous and majestic world that exists today. It's as extraordinary to have such strange and mysterious beings appear all around us. Thank you for joining us on this journey of exploration and discovery of the...
Also, the National Living Meat Research Organization really seems like it is doing its best to try and normalize the idea that this living meat should just be considered a normal part of the ecosystem, rather than something that should be, like, adequately fought off.
The lives of these living meat creatures.
Living meat creatures.
This could be the greatest discovery of the age.
Baby. Let this feeling in.
Have any information of the whereabouts of...
Wait, I feel...
Feeling in.
Have any
I feel like this is worth noting here. Interprovincial travel production of sensitive material wanted by the CSIS. Vincent Barrere, born in Canmore, Alberta, 1968. Photograph taken 1988. If you have any information concerning this person, please contact your local CSIS office. Maybe this is the name of the person who produced the documentary edits that we saw.
Information of the whereabouts of...
We may be making a dish that has recently gained a fair amount of popularity. Today's dish will be a cheesy crawl penne. To start off, these will be the ingredients you will need. 3 cups of penne pasta. Roughly 3 cups worth of fresh crawl. Try to get a variety of sizes when you buy yours, or when you harvest them yourself. 1 cup of cheese. half a cup of green onion, 1 teaspoon of salt, 2 tablespoons of Cajun spice, 2 tablespoons of parsley, 1 tablespoon of dill, 1 tablespoon of garlic, a pinch of pepper, and finally, the most crucial ingredient, Nutrier Company's newly released flavor enhancer.
Dude, this literally this has the cult symbol that we saw earlier. The cult is hawking. Oh, this is great. The cult is hawking like goods to normalize the frankly all of these creatures in society, or is hawking a material that will infect people? Maybe? I don't know, but all I can say is that this is probably bad. To bring out the richness of flavor within each and every meal.
To bring out the richness of flavors within each and every meal. First, get a medium-sized pot and fill half of it with water.
Gotta wear those gloves, though. Really not good at this. I too make my cooking video on a set that looks like I'm preparing to kill someone and have put down a sufficient number of tarps.
Pinch of salt, which is used to help the pot come to a boil faster and help flavor the pasta. Then, set aside to boil.
I'm very quiet compared to the video.
Grab your crawl and a sharp knife. Begin to cut the meat into a rough mince.
Yeah, fire spark. It's nicely unsettling, I think. Oh, God. It looks so bad.
Crawl is soft on the outside, but the interior has a surprising sturdiness.
God.
Then, gather the meat and set aside. Mince the green onion into rough segments.
Oh God, the food prep, it's so bad.
Take this mince and set aside as well. Next, grab your skillet and preheat with some oil. Take your minced crawl and spread it evenly across the skillet.
Okay, can I give a weird compliment? Like, this looks absolutely disgusting and rancid, but also it is successfully like looking like kind of like an alien meat, you know? That's a hard thing, I think, to pull off in a cooking segment produced by a cult, like to make the meat prop you're using look sufficiently alien and gross and believable. Like, wonderful job.
Evenly across the skillet.
Like, look, what are these weird little like purple bits, you know? Like firm little sticks. Like that's a nice touch. Their meat effects are top-notch.
Stir occasionally until crisp and brown. As your water reaches a boil, add your penne and stir occasionally. Cook until soft. At this time, your crawl will be brown and crisp. Add your minced green onion and then the spices. Mix well. Once your pasta is finished cooking, strain it. Lay your cooked penne evenly into your dish. Then add the crawl topping.
It's so unappetizing. Just slather that meat right on the pasta. Yep. Just put it right on there. Yum,
Sprinkle
yum.
a generous amount of cheese along the still
Wait, they're
warm
wearing a
crawl for it.
respirator?
Once your pasta is finished cooking, and then
see that?
Mix well. Once your pasta is finished cooking, strain it. Lay your cooked penne evenly into your dish.
Oh god, they're wearing a respirator. Oh god. Oh god, it's so unsafe. They can't even cook with it. No wonder everything's covered in plastic. They gotta like burn all of the sheets.
Then add the crawl topping.
Nice catch. It's the spores. Ooh, does the crawl give off spores? I don't know that they established that.
Sprinkle a generous amount of cheese along the still warm crawl for it to melt. At this point, finish preparing the dish with your flavor enhancer, but allow your dish to cool to a temperature below 60 degrees Celsius, or else the enhancer will not work. And now,
Just
you may
slather it in
serve
the
and
flavor
enjoy.
enhancer. That looks foul. Wait, is there an image? Looks like just blank camera. Oh, we're watching a television. That makes sense. His finger pointing up. Okay, so definitely cult activity. That looked like an image of the cult at like a crime scene. Okay, new lore on this. Although the other critters ignored the rest of their fellow kind, instead, they secretly visited the slumbering visitor. They snuck what little food they had and carefully fed it to the prince, greatly hastening their recovery. Is the food that they're talking about? Those look like nodules or fruits, but they're also red in a scene that is otherwise uncolored. Are these is the story now implying that these orbs or fruits are the crawl, like nodules from the crawl? Yeah, they would become trimmings. Maybe the implication here is that this is a story that actually happened, and the prince's magic caused these fruits to grow wildly out of control. It kind of seems like we're in like another dimension or maybe a magical realm at this point, rather than our world. Oh, wait, they said don't let the flavor enhancer go above 60 degrees Celsius or it loses its taste. So the flavor enhancer is from the host. Oh, so the flavor enhancer, yeah, that makes sense. The respirators to get the spores out. That makes that makes a lot of sense to me. So you're infecting
60
people to
degrees
feed a
Celsius
host.
is the temperature you have to cook above in order to avoid bacterial growth and or food poisoning. So it has to be below that for the flavor enhancer to work.
Yeah, so because if you cook it too high, it kills the spores. That makes sense. Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you supporting the stream and with knowledge and with donos. Yeah, the spores of that thing that kills you. Okay, next video. Trimming care guide.
Many people get pets for companionship. They form bonds and grow relationships with these animals even to the point of them being considered a part of the family. Most people get dogs
I
or
like
cats,
dogs
but
and
maybe you want
cats.
something more interesting. Then, you may want to get yourself a trimming.
Oh, God.
These lumps of meat have grown a reputation to be a loving companion for
Look at
many
that
people in the
disgusting
recent
thing.
months. Although, most people may not know the proper ways to care for them. Today, we will be showing you how you can care for your pet trimming. Taking care of a trimming is fairly easy, but this is no reason to slack off. They are living things and do require maintenance. The first thing to keep in mind when keeping a trimming is the temperature of your home. While trimmings are resilient to both high and low conditions, you want to keep your base temperature near room temp, maybe slightly cooler. That being said, trimmings prefer warmer areas to nest. A simple setup you may use is a box with some blankets on the inside. Make sure there is enough for your trimming to cover itself. And now, you have a comfy bed for your buddy.
That's kind of cute.
Next, you want to give your trimming the best diet possible. Trimmings are not picky eaters, and will eat anything you give them. To keep your trimming
it's called
healthy and
Angelica.
strong, a diet of dry cat or dog food that is high in protein, provided 2 times a day, is best. As a treat, you may give your trimming any scraps of your food. Things like apple cores, banana peels, or eggshells are a
Banana.
perfect snack. A thing to remember is trimmings are nocturnal and make plenty of noise.
That's a deal breaker, ladies. I can't do that. Holy, can you imagine in the middle of the night waking up to that?
To prevent you from having sleepless nights, try to give your trimmings first meal in the late morning or afternoon. This helps them be active during these times instead. Another thing to consider if you want a pet trimming is where they will be living. Your home should have enough space for your trimming to roam around, as well as access to the outdoors, like a backyard. If not, be sure to take your trimmings on regular walks. This gives your trimming the exercise they need, as well as allowing them to meet other trimmings. Trimmings are a social creature and need to interact with others of their kind, like how they do in the wild.
Wait, how do they interact in the wild?
When it comes to entertainment, trimmings are not the most active and aren't the best at fetch or tug of war. But here are other ways to keep your trimming entertained. Some toys that trimmings like are little items they can push, around, pull, or carry. Trimmings also enjoy things that you enjoy as well, like watching the television or listening to the radio. They love seeing and listening to all the funny things coming from the devices.
Remember when back in the trimming video, or back in the first 2 videos, they talked about how the crawl had overtaken a radio tower and how the trimmings had infested a satellite dish. And also remember that signals are being sent out by the singularity, like the sphere, right? They're literally pushing like marching orders maybe out to these creatures. Like I think they're getting like orders, frankly.
After a long day, your
Wait.
trimming might be dirty.
What was that? Oh, just a picture.
After a long day, your trimming might be dirty and need a wash. To clean them, start your bath with a gentle warm water, mixed with a bit of hand or body.
Maybe they are effectively learning about us and communicating that back somehow. Because it would be weird if the mimic just kind of came out of nowhere, right? Like that'd be a bit weird if the mimic, a creature seemingly created specifically to predate on humans, just came out of nowhere. But it maybe, and I'm just speculating here, but maybe trimmings were able to collect information about our world and environment in order to create, the more evolved forms of the Vita Carnis, including like the harvester, figuring it needs to learn the ecosystem before it is able to like bloom, or how to deal with humans, how to integrate with humans. I'm guessing that this is one large organism, like all of these different creatures are just one thing. And I think it wants to know how to eat us.
Body wash. Gently scrub the trimming's feet, armpits, belly, and neck fold. Remember to be careful around their face and avoid getting soap in their eyes, nose, and mouth. Gently pat dry with a towel when done. Now your buddy is all clean.
Boop.
And lastly, as said before, trimmings are social creatures, so be sure to give them plenty of affection. They love receiving pats, scratches, and pets. They also love to sit with you and cuddle. Since they communicate with each other in the wild, it is best to replicate this behavior with them as well. Simply talking to them is plenty enough. You can talk about your day, if anything interesting happened at work, if you are working on any new recipes, or talk about the weather. Trimmings are very good listeners.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you, chat? They're very good listeners.
And love to be involved.
Tell it your deepest,
With
darkest
all of these
secrets.
in mind, you are now well equipped to have a trimming become a part of the family. Do things right, and you will have a...
It is not a real... No, none of this is real, chat. It's just... It's fun. It's an analog horror series.
...companion for a long while.
Ooh, the sound of someone running. Ooh, the sound of someone writing may be the person who made all of those, like, hand-drawn notes about these different creatures. One day, the prince awoke suddenly. Thanks to the critter's assistance, the healing process had finished very quickly. The prince had fully recovered and was now fully awake and aware of their surroundings. Surprised by the sudden awakening, the critters ducked and hid from the prince's sight. Okay. So cool. Hey, Sunbear. Okay, archived footage, meat snake specimen. Oh boy. we gonna get some practical effects here? Some more practical effects? Okay, wait. That sounded like a tape being loaded into like a VCR. So this has happened a few times now. Maybe we are seeing this from the perspective of someone who is trying to gather information for that underground group. Like that third party we kind of thought about earlier. Maybe this is someone gathering that info. Discard this tape immediately.
In the year of 1945, with the war finally ended, the cleanup process had started. During routine sweep of an underground train tunnel, the cleanup crew made a grotesque discovery.
Oh, we're learning about the train snake. We're learning about the train snake.
Found completely filling the tunnel was a meaty wall, and in the center of the mass was an opening with several skulls surrounding it. Closer inspection of the blockage revealed that the mass was actually an extremely engorged meat snake. Its impeccable size had blocked off the entire
impeccable size. Maybe these videos were produced by the cult
of the tunnel's path. There was many strange things with this creature. First was the coloration. A typical meat snake.
Okay. Can I say something that's disturbing me about this? This looks like an eye. This looks like it's viewing. And the iris is fucking made out of skulls. That's metal as hell.
Its color is bright reds and light browns. This particular meat snake was a very deep maroon. Another strange thing about it was its behavior. This creature barely moved. Meat snakes are normally sluggish and encumbersome, but the specimen discovered seemed to lack even basic motor functions. Its behavior was that of a plant's. Stationary, with only minor movements within. One would assume it was dead. The reason the meat snake may act this way may be because it was completely lodged in place and minimized movements to conserve energy. But how would it have gotten this deep into the tunnel in the first place? And by the looks of weathering, it had been in there for quite some time. So how did it get so large? The answer was discovered by
we already know.
A different cleaning crew who found the other end of the tunnel. They followed it until it met with the other end of the meat snake. Alongside it was a huge pile of This meat snake's skin also displayed great amounts of resilience. It took several days of cutting to even obtain a sample.
A thought just occurred to me that is making this creature in particular more disturbing. Remember when they were talking about the meat snake's skin? And how its skin effectively functions as its brain? So what would happen if you just kept feeding a meat snake? What would happen to its ability to think? What would it effectively become more and more intelligent? Could you effectively create a supercomputer type organism? Yeah, grave mind. Where was it found? This was found in 1945 after World War II was over. I think Paris? Or somewhere in Europe anyway. It would get smarter and smarter as it grew. I mean, in theory, in my theory.
Here, you can see the clear difference between this meat snake specimen versus a normal meat snake's membrane.
Man, I love the special effects in this so much.
Testing on the sample showed that it had great immunity to damage. It tolerated extreme freezing temperatures, extreme heat temperatures, and
Cool,
even
check it
high
out,
doses
Gekomancer.
of radiation. It is
Were the Nazis feeding it? Well, the cult was feeding it. I think the cult, this indicates that the cult was around very early on. Maybe even the cult initiated the appearance of these creatures.
a wonder how such durability can occur in an organic creature. Another strange phenomenon is the smell off the skin. Normally, it would have a sour smell of rotting flesh. But the specimen displayed a rather pleasant smell, like that of cooking scrambled eggs. Meat snake was later discovered to be missing by unknown survivors. How the meat
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
snake was later discovered to be missing by unknown survivors.
The meat snake went how? It was discovered to be missing. It was immobile. Which means someone fucking took that gigantic ass eldritch eye and did something with it. Oh, what was that? Oh, look at that. Look at this motherfucker. With his medals, World War II officer, and a goddamn cult pin. They didn't lose that meat snake, they stole it. Also, Tunnel Discovery 1945, Camp 1. They had to make a camp in order to, like, study it. God, the head, end of tail. But then something is here. That's interesting. What was here?
Snake grew in size was discovered to be
What? One of the critters built up the courage to meet the now awake stranger. They crawled to the prince's side and extended their hand in friendship. The prince reached back, and together they formed the bond that would change their fate. Okay. So the prince made a pact with this creature. They wanted that meat snake all for themselves. Meat snake fled to Argentina. Oh, I'm remembering this one. So, heads up, guys. I don't remember much about this series from the first time around, which is making this a very delightful, like, return. But, I do remember that this video freaked me the F out. So, heads up on that one. And, again, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show depends on viewers like you. Thank you. I'll get to be drunkenly freaked out? Nice. Emergency alert. Emergency alert.
As of the time of this video's release, we have been facing a
1986.
concerning increase of missing persons and fatalities on a global scale. The reason for this is because we are under attack. We have discovered that there has been a significant growth of mimic populations, which is threatening public safety. National leaders have released this instructional recording to teach you on how to defend yourself. Here is what you need to know about the threat. Mimics are humanoid, intelligent predators that are highly adaptive and feed solely on human prey. Mimics gain information on people by watching their daily lives and pick to hunt people when they are most vulnerable. The most common times a mimic will attack is when you are asleep, out walking alone, or in a cornered position. Mimics are cautious and calculative creatures, taking precautions to ensure a successful hunt. They utilize various tactics to capture a person by surprise. One of the more well-known tactics is hiding itself inside of furniture to blend into its environment.
I don't like that.
Common objects that mimics can hide inside are so
I don't fucking like that. Oh my god. Is that peeking out through a bed spring?
sofas, recliners, wardrobes, ottomans, and other places a mimic can comfortably wait. Mimics are able to contort their body in ways that allow them to fit inside smaller places.
Oh, I don't like
They
that.
also use it to expand their body, making themselves appear larger for intimidation. Another method mimics use to blend in is their ability to put on and wear clothing. Mimics put on layers of shirts, pants, and jackets to hide their bright red skin and blend into densely populated areas. In very rare cases, mimics can develop and grow to look very similar to human beings.
Oh, Sunbear, I use she, her pronouns. Thanks for asking.
Pairing this with clothing, it can be very hard to tell the difference between a mimic and a person right away. If you are unsure if a person is a mimic, look out for key features that may reveal their true form. Look for abnormal facial features, like large, bulbous eyes, flat noses, wide mouths and an uncanny smile, and clammy skin. Also pay attention to other exposed body parts like hands. Mimic people will have long fingers with no fingernails.
Don't like
If
that.
you are unable to see their face or hands, watch their walking pattern. Mimics' legs are long and hunched. Their walking will be unusual and irregular. Here is what you do if you are met with a mimic. If it stands before you, do not panic. Stand your ground and try to appear larger. Wave your hands and make plenty of noise. Maintain eye contact. A mimic will hesitate to attack a potential threat. If you are armed with a weapon, aim for the head or legs. These are the best areas to hit to immobilize the threat. Fight back and don't let it get a hold on you.
This is interesting because this is directly contradicting the other video we saw, which said basically don't bother trying to attack it.
If you find a mimic that hasn't discovered you yet, stay out of sight. Call the authorities and alert them of your location. Stay where you are to avoid startling the mimic. If the mimic gives chase, run. Try to get somewhere out of sight and hide. Do not leave the area.
You're trying to tell me the cult is made out of mimics? I don't know that the cult is made out of mimics. I gotta be honest with you. I think human beings could be dumb enough to be duped into supporting this.
Officials will need to locate you to help. Stay low and stay quiet. With the information you have learned, use it well, and stay safe.
Yeah, I think what we're learning here is that this may be actual advice being put out to the public, or the original advice put out to the public, and the human or the living meat research, National Living Meat Research Laboratory or whatever it's called, is controlled by the cult. I think that's kind of what we're learning here. Okay, switching the videotapes. Evidence tape, Christopher and Janice case 1983. Observed footage for confidential information completed. Discard and destroy all copies of this tape immediately, which very clearly didn't happen, you know? Since this tape, in whatever time it's being watched, managed to survive past 1986.
Got it. Let's see. Yep, it's working.
Hey, can we get a move on?
1 sec. Yeah. Okay. Hello.
I thought you only had 30 minutes of tape on that.
I know, but just gotta see how it works. Like,
Yeah, well,
I've never got to
don't
use
have
one
all
of these.
night.
It's too bad. You were the only person who could film with me, so you're gonna have to put up with it.
Fine.
Screw you. Screw you.
Screw you.
It's still way too dark. 1 sec. There we go. Hello.
Cold.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. We got some light now.
Also, do you see what I mean by like a lot of analog horror series start off small and then like over time like their creators kind of like evolve and grow and like they start creating more and more ambitious stuff, and I love seeing that process play out. Like we started with basically just, you know, pretty basic art style informational video with like a computer generated voice, and now we're at actors and a camera, and like I think this is neat. I think this is great. Lighting, we got all kinds of stuff.
Oh, look at that over there. You can't see anything unless I like point directly over there.
Oh no.
Like, nope, can't see nothing.
Are you sure we should be out this late?
Fine, I'll cook you stuff when we get home. Don't worry.
I'm hungry.
Too bad.
Are they? Oh God, is that the crawl?
Wait.
Because none of them are mentioning anything about this. I think that's supposed to be the crawl.
Shit. Right, but it still turns off and on randomly for some reason. Like, it's the best thing I could get my hands on, though. Turning on and off, but it's the only thing that they would give me. It works, though. I just gotta watch.
This is gnarly.
So bad camera. He got a bad camera.
It's not my fault this guy lives in a fucking dump. We're almost there. We just gotta get through the woods.
Oh God, you're going through the woods?
You see it, though? Hopefully I show up on camera, though. Hopefully there are lights out there. Like, people still live there, right? Can't be that bad.
Pretty dark to me.
Dude. This seems really unsafe given what we know about
one
woods.
Guy. I don't know why. Like, why would they get rid of everything? Dogs barking are never a good sign.
No.
Well, the sky looks nice. This thing can't capture it. I can barely capture the ground in front of me.
I don't think he's affected by the host.
So, what are we doing out here exactly?
Well, supposedly they found some guy. Like, it was like a grody scene. Like, it was disgusting. Like, they had to get rid of the trailer he was in, and then like they didn't let anyone nearby, and it was like this big conspiracy. So I'm filming that. Hopefully I get a good mark for it. There we go, we're getting close.
Yeah, we gonna run into a harvester out here? I mean, it's a mimic defense video, but a lot of foliage. They're just like walking.
Careful.
No path. Just remember to like the stream. Thank you, my littlest Connor. Or Coner.
You know where we're going?
Yeah, we're almost there. We're on the road. We're right next to it. Like, it's literally up there.
Okay.
Okay, so it kind of cut out around their conversation, but it kind of sounded like they're going to meet a guy who was involved in perhaps earlier stuff to do with the Vita Carnis, who was supposed to have gotten rid of a bunch of maybe research government materials about it. And so they're going to meet him, but they aren't doing it along known roads in order to, secretly meet. I guess. That would be my guess here. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just walk on the road to get to his house? If there is a road, why not? Why did you not use that road?
Come on. It's not too late yet.
Hungry.
You said that already.
Yeah? Still hungry.
Soon, okay? We're almost there. It'll be like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, okay? We're on the road. We're almost there. We just got past the tree line and make the way to the trailer park. Then we can go home. Okay?
Okay.
I don't want to be out here either. It's a weird place. See, we're right here. You go ahead. You can't see a thing.
Where am I even going?
Roads are for babies.
There should be a path. Right there.
She's definitely
right
a mimic, though? I don't think so.
See, I found the path. We're all good.
There's a goddamn path? Why weren't you using that? Why is he breathing so weird? How do people make it seem so convincing? I think the low budget nature of it makes it seem more real, you know? Good night, Emily.
This way.
Yeah, there is that
this
Blair
way.
Witch element.
Yo, look at this. I didn't see this on my way over here last time.
It's an old hunk of rock.
cool. Like we could get a shot of this in like atmosphere, you know.
It just looks like tetanus to me.
Hold till. One sec. Let me get a good lighting on that. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That's cool. Like, look, there's like old stuff here as well. Anyways. We're on the flat part now. Yeah, we're close.
So they
trailer should be right up ahead.
They had a long way to go. Do they not hear the eldritch howling on the wind? It's the trimmings, Brother Babel. Those are
This is where
unfortunately
everyone
normal.
was. There's no one here now, though. Not a single building in sight. Except, like, way over there. But there's no one here. It's the strangest thing. This is the spot. Right here. Yeah. This thing. Okay. So you take the camera and the light. Point it at me, but don't point it in my eyes, please. Make sure.
I'm insecure.
How do I look? Like a barf bag.
That's mean. I don't think they're spored.
Alright, give me a second. And let me do a little read. Okay. Year 1980, teenage boy was coming home from the trailer one late night. Although, when he arrived at home, he found a grisly scene. Detail Barrar, his father that he came home to, was found dead. The grisly scene lied before him. Police were called. They came to investigate. Strange thing though, they immediately closed off everything.
Would I ever be interested in being part of an analog horror series? Yeah, I'd love that. Also, remember the guy that was wanted by whatever CSIS is? I think this is the story of that guy and his family, I believe. Maybe? Or maybe one of their kids?
No one was allowed near, but only a few witnesses saw what truly happened there.
I think they're making a documentary.
The police were acting very weird and trying to keep everyone away and telling little information. And when the information was released to the public, they say it was a suicide. Although, the trailer and most people living nearby moved away pretty much immediately. Police say it was a suicide, but the witnesses that did catch an eye of what happened say the scene was much too grisly to be that.
Okay, so yeah, basically basically it seems like they're doing a documentary about this strange incident that happened in their local area in Canada, and they're just investigating that. That's kind of what it seems like.
But police haven't come out about anything yet. So that's why I'm here to answer what truly happened. And that's it for now.
You said grizzly way too much.
What?
You said grizzly way too much.
Too much?
Yeah.
Okay, shall I retry?
Sure.
Okay.
Pause.
That one turned out alright, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, why is it rolling? Did you catch that?
Oh,
30 minutes to film, and yet you screwed. I needed someone to film. Alright? No hard feelings, okay?
okay.
It's pretty scary out here. I know. I understand.
Oh, I think the camera... Okay, yeah, he got, like, a faulty camera that randomly turns on and off, so they wanted to film much more of that, but it turned off. And similarly, as they're carrying it, it's turning on and off. Okay.
Yeah, because, like, back there was the perfect time for a serial killer to just jump out and grab us, you know?
Cut it out. It's scary enough as is. Chris? 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 Where are you? Chris! Come on! This isn't funny!
Chris?
I just want to go home, come on! Fine, I guess I'm going home without you. I'm cold, tired, and hungry. If you want to stay out here and play games, you can.
Oh, I don't think Chris is okay, guys. I don't think Chris is okay, guys. Did he get got by, like, the paralyzing poison?
Chris? What are you doing? Because this isn't funny.
Oh, fuck!
Oh! God!
Go, go, go! Oh man, the sounds it makes is not fun. Oh, 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 oh no! That was so good. Oh, wait, there was another page. Did I miss it? Oh, there we go. The critters led the prince out of the cave up to the top of the hill the prince had laid buried under and showed them the forest. This is our home, full of wonder and beauty, although the forest struggles to provide for all of us critters, and we are facing disaster. Can you help us? All right. Species anomaly report. We're getting close to the end of season 1. Okay, is this a Godzilla thing? Nature fighting back? I don't think that's it. I think this is something else. But also, folks, we've been going for over 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping some subs or donos. If we got any Oilers out there, I'd love to see you. And yeah, the costume was I loved that costume, okay? I loved that costume a lot. I think I have a lot of respect for the special effects in this. Yeah, Oilers. You know, stream Oilers, people to oil the riverboat. You're welcome, Lucia. I like the way 2 seemingly different stories tie together, right? How much longer is this? Well, season 1 should be done in maybe like 30 minutes. I think about 30 minutes while we're like stopping and theorizing and also like watching the content. The cult is just trying to end world hunger by providing an endless supply of meat. Who are they providing to? Great question that you shouldn't ask. Here we go. Ooh, computer sounds. Old school computer sounds. Maybe this is the 90s? We're in the 90s now? Harness species log 14. Abnormality documentation harvester. Notable population density shift discovered between the dates of 1989 and 1989. Oh, wait, okay. Population shift between... Is it doing year, month, day? August 1st and November 1st? Maps display the charted populations of harvesters' location on a monthly basis. Okay, August 1st. Salmon Moose, thank you for the
Beauty will
5.
be convulsive or not at all.
I don't know what that means, but thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate you.
How can we all have died at the same time?
The Salmon Moose. Always fun playing that clip. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Salmon Moose. Appreciate you. Oiling the stream. What the hell? Salmon Moose, thank you for demonstrating how to oil the stream. Oh no, this is a they're playing out in a field. This is a representation of like the harvester tendrils. Wait, what was that? August 1st. Wait, September 1st. Wait, what was the difference? Oh, they all fucking moved. It fucking moved. They're all condensing further north. Oh, this makes sense. This is like a family that didn't know these things were moving, because they seem like they're typically stationary, but they moved further north, so places that were previously safe became unsafe. Yeah, seemingly towards the monolith circle. Yeah. Yeah, this is the tendrils moving. Yeah, they're moving towards the singularity. Yeah. Oh God. Oh God. Okay, so this thing's about to eat a family, right? Since you like analog horror, once I get my first one going, would you want me to let you know? Yes, please. By all means.
Only $5, but I appreciated this insane PCP trip today, though I'm petrified.
Possum of Antica. I appreciate the $5. I appreciate all support,
Good
big
night,
and
Jack.
small.
Off to make $1 million at the Blood Industrial Complex.
Hannah, thank you for the £5 dono. I appreciate it. You have a good time at work. Damn. Oh, and then by October, yeah, they're gathering for something in 1989. Look at that. Was there anything about that upside down map we need to pay attention to? Okay, so 2 of them got eaten. Oh, no. Well, that was freaky as fuck. Oh, looks like the prince agreed to help and used his magic to try and save the little critters. That looks like he opened up a void of some kind. That seems bad, actually. Whew! That freaked me out. Do these meat tendrils slurp the meat off your bones and use it? Well, okay, so if you're a newcomer, basically there are creatures of the Vita Carnis variety called harvesters, and harvesters will take root in a given grove or field or forest, and if you walk into their territory, they have tendrils and spines underneath the ground that when they detect something sufficiently large enough, snap up and inject venom into their prey that both paralyzes you and permanently prevents your blood from coagulating. So the tendrils then just return to the earth and wait for you to bleed out, and then the ones further down underground come up and drink your blood and then vibrate you down into the earth to be used for your nutrients until you are fully decomposed. Is the prince responsible for the creatures? I think that the prince did something with magic that may have caused these creatures. And so they're supernatural in origin. That they have a cult, right? Ooh, the flavor enhancer commercial. And we stop that how? You stop it by not walking into its territory or by using a flamethrower.
Flavor. The most crucial component to enjoying a good meal.
Flavor, a
The
thing
way
you like.
food tastes is what makes eating so pleasurable. But what if you could savor every little detail you could possibly want? That is
I love that this cult imagery is just throughout. This is great.
Detail you could possibly want. That is why we, at Nutrier Co., have made it so that you may...
That's true. The cult doesn't necessarily mean supernatural, but like, I find it difficult to understand this being a natural phenomenon. Also, Nutrier Co. was established in 1990, so all of the stuff we've been seeing with videos must take place sometime in the mid to late 90s.
May enjoy every single bite you take. With our product, the Flavor Enhancer, you can extract every last morsel of taste from your plate. With overwhelming demand for this essential product, even since our start earlier this year, we have delivered what you wanted. Now introducing the Flavor Enhancer Deluxe. Now packaged in a larger size and modified recipe, there is now even more savory goodness to go around. Since our debut in mid-1990, the Flavor Enhancer has shown to be a major hit, with our product flying off the shelves. The Flavor Enhancer Deluxe will allow us to satisfy your growing, tasting needs.
Your tasting needs?
Now allowing you to add even more enhancer to your dinner, making your food even better to enjoy. The Flavor
Also, notice that the entire set of their commercial is still covered in like plastic tarps. Notice they just replaced the old one with a red one. They still wait. Oh, this person's not using gloves though.
To your dinner, making
That's
your
interesting.
food even better to enjoy. The Flavor Enhancer Deluxe, available on shelves now. Nutrier Co. Experience true savor.
Oh, that's interesting. They clearly edited out text. Don't like this. Not a fan of this.
These larger serving sizes make dining even more pleasant, now allowing more generous amounts of enhancer at a time. Flavor Enhancer Deluxe, now available in stores near you. Nutrier Co. Experience true savor.
Make your taste buds pop with the new deluxe size. Make tasting even more awesome.
Spoil your kids with this essential part of every meal.
You know, okay, I'm gonna throw something out here. I know that this is made by the cult, right? We also know that more advanced mimics can blend in with human society. I do think that it would make sense if the cult and advanced mimics were kind of in on this. And, okay, here's my theory, right? Which is, in the first Nutrier Co. video, we saw a guy with a gas mask and gloves on his hands handling this same stuff, right? I think in this one, we are seeing an advanced mimic applying these spices, right? Because it's not that hard to not make a mess on this plastic sheet if you're a coordinated human, but maybe if you're a slightly off mimic, it makes more sense that this level of mess would be here, you know? Maybe.
Nutrier flavor.
Flavor Enhancer Deluxe. Required for all meals, no matter how small it seems, just a little more. It is crucial to everyday eating.
It's a nest. Are they basically hooking families on crack? Spiritual crack.
Flavor Enhancer joy eating. You need the Flavor Enhancer.
I need the flavor enhancer. I need the flavor enhancer. Did not care for that. Did not care for the soundscape that created. I'm hungry. The prince gathered what he could and then set sail onward. Once the prince returns home, they will come back to the island and return to the critters. And the prince... So the prince cast a spell to help these critters and is very clearly associated. Either whoever made this picture book is a member of the cult, or this picture book is depicting like the beginnings of the cult. Whew, boy. All right. Uncovered documents. Tape. Oh, it's showing ants eating the product. Newly rebranded product from Nutrier Co. It's an instant hit with record sales. Wait, a rebranded product. What was it before? Confidential info. Files confiscated or not released to the public. Nutrier scandal. Nutrico is facing charges after numerous reports of sickness after consumption of their product, the flavor enhancer. Only statements made from the company so far are dismissing any issues and that the product is safe to consume. Members of the cult. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sense of what we just saw here. What is this? Like, what am I looking at here? Is this a brain? It looks like a human brain. Right? Oh, no, this is a fungus. A brain slice? Wait, what? Before and after. I'm sorry. Does that brain have eyes? Are these eyeballs? Ooh. If it's a brain scan, that brain has some kind of prion or spongiform illness. Yeah. Well, it would make sense if there's something growing in the brain that hollows it out. CARCAS, carcass, conflicts with Nation, the private organization of containment and research consult association society. Carcass has been experiencing backlash from government agencies about cooperation and violation of newly introduced policies. Okay, so Carcass is on the outs. New log. Message to Carcass. Okay, so this is someone who has maybe put a bunch of pieces together and is now trying to contact an organization that maybe is on their side and is aligned against this cult. And the cult seems to have infiltrated it, at least it's implied, the highest levels of the US government and changed policy. Yeah, funny that the host spore being recoverable or treatable is seemingly only mentioned in the same doc that lied to us about the mimic procedures. I bet anyone spored is pretty much permanently fucked. Yeah, that could very well be. Now this is the message. Okay, from 1990, December 30th.
In the distant horizon, the group of monoliths stand vacant. Although closed off to outsiders, their stance can be observed well outside the perimeter. It is known to have hundreds of thousands of fibers that weave themselves deep underground, all connected in a grand mycelial network.
So is this thing... I guess this thing might be more fungus, is maybe the implication here?
You might be confused as to why you received this package. This was left to you because we share a common goal. I'm aware that you studied Carnis and researched their properties. I'm also aware that you have received backlash for doing so. Something isn't as it seems, and you know this too. Unexplained phenomena, countless casualties, missing persons, fatalities, and yet no proper action, and ignorable silence about these affairs. People are afraid and confused. Why is nothing being done? Because they don't want us so there is the mind. They have slowly been numbing our minds to their schemes, but they've made one crucial error. Trails, crumbs, traces of information. I've collected these pieces and found their loose ends. This is why I've left this message to you. The documents included with this tape is all the information that I have gathered. Every continuity, every cover-up, every crumb that I could find, they all lead here.
Moving to the
Something has been
island.
going on these few years. Something big. Something they don't want us to know about. Which is why you come in. I don't have the power to change things, but you do. Alongside the documents are plans. Plans for
Cult gathering pandemic. Many cultist sites have appeared across the country that are being used for rituals and other meetings.
one of great importance. You have the resources. This information I've provided to you. I hope you can put a stop to all the scandals. I just hope it isn't too late.
We got some moving pieces here, boys.
The monoliths are truly an astonishing sight to behold.
Interesting. Interesting. Do you suppose the island being referred to in Canada could be the island of the critters that the story is referring to? That would seem very odd to me, just location wise, but if it's maybe a bit allegorical as a story. You were thinking that as well? Okay, cool. That island doesn't exist? Yeah, true. Let's continue on. I think this next video is the yeah, this is season 1 finale. Let's go. Is it a meat island? I remember this season finale blowing me away when I watched it the first time. This is some good stuff. Buckle in, buckos.
Mission brief. Three ground teams are tasked with infiltrating a previously abandoned mall, titled Facility Zero, which is located in the restricted zone based on our info. The mission will take place in 3 stages: infiltration, encirclement, and ambush. Primary objective is to capture the facility and seize the items of interest for extraction. Numerous armed guards are located within the facility. Avoid detection and keep up your guard.
Okay, Carnis Verum Singularities. Number 001 Introduction. Several spheres composed of an unidentifiable material have been located in various locations on multiple continents. So there's not just one singularity. Each found thus far have been located via strange signatures being emitted by the orbs being caught on various devices. Like radios, like what the trimmings listen to, huh? As of the time this document is written, 4 singularities have been acquired. Acquired? 3 more signatures have been located and are currently being investigated. Descriptions referred to on document number 001.1. Instructions are currently as follows. Remain on standby until all singularities have been obtained. Once all entities have been apprehended and contained at Facility 0, begin Stage 2 of the program. Refer to the document number 009, Nutrier, for basic briefing. Is this... I guess my question about this is this a document from the cult?
Alpha team, in position.
Beta team, in position.
Gamma team, in position.
Copy. Beginning phase 1.
Eyes on the point. Clearing pathway now. Pathway cleared. Give it the green light.
Copy. Green light is a go. Begin phase 2 in advance.
Alpha team, copy. Beginning advance. All right, we're heading out. Move, move, move! Lights off. Come on. Move.
Also, the music is nice. This is good. This is a good vibe. Also, can I just say, I really like the use of kind of this older school technology, like the kind you would see in like a Star Wars when they're looking at computers. I like that. I'm always a sucker for that depiction of technology. I just think it's fun. It's like the high tech but low tech aesthetic.
Keep your distance. Single file. Halt!
Hugs.
In position, awaiting green light.
Entrance. Shopping center. Escalators.
Eyes are secure. Turning blind. Lights green.
Copy. Green light is a go. Begin phase 2 in advance.
Encirclement and ambush. this is a really creative way of operating within like a budget. Like the vision on this is so big, right? Like it's so wide scale and like big picture, but it's still being executed really well within what I imagine were extraordinarily limited means, you know? God damn. It's so cool.
Alpha team in position. We are experiencing mechanical interference. Should we resume? Copy. Phase 3 is still a go. Preparing for breach.
Breach in 3, 2, 1. Breach.
Get down! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Get down! Get down! Put down your weapon! Get down! Put down your weapon! Put your hands up! Get down! I said get down!
Okay. Just gonna take a brief look at what the hell that was. Okay, so we're in the room, right? The camera pans, and you can see maybe a dozen of these figures. Apparently in the midst of some kind of ritual. Oh, they're trying to... Those are all different singularities. They're trying to maybe combine them? They're adding a 7th here. Or, wait. As the footage moves forward, one of the orbs is pulled away? Or maybe is undulating, perhaps? Here's maybe our closest depiction of what's going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 figures. That is creepy as hell. Just gonna take a screenshot of that real quick for the thumbnail of this segment. Oh. There we go. There we go. Saving that. All right, moving right along. Just chilling with the orbs. Hey, CF3300, I do not know why you were banned, but also I think you're demonstrating exactly the kind of behavior that would get you banned from my community. I'm going to be generous because I don't know your circumstances or what happened, and I'm going to put you in a timeout for 24 hours. You can chill out. And if you don't want to watch the content I'm making, you don't have to. But you're being real bitchy and awful about it, and you could have instead asked nicely. And I feel like I'm being generous by not just outright banning you from any chat I see you in. There you go.
Put your hands up! Get down! I said get down!
Like, isn't that was cool? That was cool as hell. So fucking cool. Well done. Also, apparently not audio clips taken from Call of Duty. Like, these are all voice actors. Like, Darian got voice actors for this. That's great. Very gripping, very meaty. That was so meat. Is there a second season? There is! And we're gonna check it out. I don't know that it's completed yet, but we're gonna take a break here. We're gonna take a break, and we're gonna jump into season 2. What they have so far. I'm real excited, and I hope you guys are too. We're gonna keep on going, baby. But if you're enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. 'Cause this is just how it works. Meat for the meat gods. Meat for the meat throne. May want to watch the film Theory now. Geckomancer, I think I'm going to watch Theory stuff after I watch it. I like going through relatively blind so that I can, like, come up with my own theories, and then, like, then I go look at the theories other people have come up with and been thinking about for, like, 3 years. And I'm like, oh, yeah, this is a lot better than what I came up with. But I still like the process of coming up with it myself. Or with you guys. You know, collaboratively with you all. Let's see. Love me some horror in general, right? All right, let's take a little break. Hitting that Seggy button. Now, folks, if you are enjoying the stream, again, follow button, subscribe button, like button, all those buttons. Consider the supporting the stream financially, etc. I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom because I have been drinking a lot of water. Yay! Bye. I'll be back.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live harvest coal, harvest coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair melted. Here we come, oh, here we come. The red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair melted. Here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, oh, oh. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair melted. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. They've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come, all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river
1937, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with a Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a tie.
are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible,
by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
I'm back, y'all. How we doing, folks? I also have this big bag of goldfish. Oh, Jimmy Pineapple. Thank you. And how we all doing? Did some of the, I hope some of the people who I timed out have had time to chill out. But let's see. I've been trying to like count my calories, and I found that, did you know one serving of goldfish is like 55 of these? It's nice to have something I can snack on that isn't like, oh, you had 10 chips. You had 10 chips. That's one serving. God. Anyway. I'm gonna eat a few more of these before we start. How does that compare to servings of meat snake? Not quite as much protein. Can I have some? I have a gigantic bag, so yeah. Hello, Thistles Fries. Also, folks, if you're having a good time, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We're about to dive into Season 2 of Vita Carnis, some analog horror. It's gonna be a good time, in my mind. Also, just real quick, I cover a lot of different kinds of things. I was a video game journalist. You know, I play video games on stream sometimes. I cover analog horror on stream sometimes. Sometimes we look at just cool short films that people have put together. You know, like I just like looking at art. It's kind of like what I built my career around before I started streaming, you know? And you know, I understand that that's not for everyone, but like sometimes I might cover topics that aren't for you either. It just happens. What will we do without Marvel Snap? I know. Apparently Marvel Snap didn't realize it was also going to be banned. Honestly, like, we're going into some weird dark times, and I will want to have fun while talking about the horrors that are being unleashed on my community, me personally, my state, the country, the world. You know, I want to be able to have fun, because if we're not having fun, I think we're losing. Oh, anyway, they have also apparently, the US government has apparently also classified Tencent as a Chinese military company. Despite the fact that Tencent is like the company that runs Epic Games and Discord and any number of other, like a lot of big tech companies. So hopefully that doesn't mean we're gonna lose League of Legends, everyone. Anyway, I need them to allow Tencent to continue to exist as a company, because I rely on Teamfight Tactics to get through my goddamn workouts. All right. Wait, how do you play team fight tactics while working out? I use an elliptical, right? So like you hold onto those pole things and swing your arms. But a lot of them have like little stabilizing bars that you can hold on to. And I hold onto the stabilizing bars and like use that to stabilize the phone, and then I play teamfight tactics on it. You know, and it turns out if I do well enough at a game of teamfight tactics, I can be running for 40 to 50 minutes. Today I only ran for 45 minutes, and then I lost. Do squats so your hips talk more shit? It's true, I should do more squats. I used to do a lot of squats, but I didn't do as much cardio. My goal is to, for my personal body and health, like, my goal is to lose weight progressively and then build muscle. So right now I'm in the debulking phase, and then once I'm at like maintenance cardio, I want to like do my, do my squats, some conditioning arm curls, stuff like that. Okay. Whew. You guys ready? Do you know if that P65 warnings refers to a specific type of cancer? I'm not sure what that means. Oh, Prop 65. I don't know anything about Prop 65, sorry. Cancer warning on the back of game boxes? What? What cancer are game boxes doing? Oh, okay. This actually links into what we were talking about with gas stoves. Remember how unsafe levels of formaldehyde are frequently found within homes? Well, a lot of game boxes, Nintendo's boxes in particular, I guess, are made via a process that utilizes formaldehyde, which, if you do that, it can lead in some cases to the formaldehyde kind of continuously evaporating off of the box. It's more pronounced right after the manufacturing and decreases over time, but that can be one of the things that happens. Formaldehyde is also used in furniture manufacturing, cardboard, all kinds of stuff. So it's one of many different sources of formaldehyde in the home. And one of the best solutions to this would be to, vinyl records are bad to keep around too. Yeah. You gotta like get, You can get an air purifier, by the way, for your home that will actually take out some of the harmful chemicals. I think they make some that can also like absorb formaldehyde as one of the contaminants caught in its filters. So yeah, maybe consider looking into one of those. There's no need to super panic about it, but also maybe if you have a room where you store a lot of stuff like that, have a little air purifier that does that. You don't need to go crazy and buy like a bajillion of them, but you know, whatever rooms you spend a lot of time in. Where'd this keyhole top come from anyway? I got it from the thrift store. Okay. Let's dive into it, shall we? So, folks, we have, we've gone through season 1, and so far, Vita Carnis seems to be about perhaps an ancient pact made with magic critters, or alternatively, some kind of supernatural pact with another world, and that magic seems to have summoned forth, perhaps supernaturally, perhaps aliens, we aren't exactly sure about the beginnings of this, an entity that is composed of flesh, acts like a plant, and also produces more and more complex organisms out of itself. And I think maybe we could consider all of these organisms to be one super organism. And I think that this is, I think that this is really interesting. We saw at the end of the season 1, basically a team of carcass operatives, a secretive group in opposition to the cult that worships these meat creatures, infiltrate a cultist enclave that seems to be at the epicenter of, you know, flesh creature activity, and they wound up opening fire on the cult, and we don't really know what happened after that. That's kind of where we're at. So now we are on season 2, and we are going to be covering everything that is out so far. And at the moment, there are 4 videos out, and we're going to start with the newest video, or the oldest video in season 2. Titled New Beginnings. So let's dive in.
Today something has happened within the restricted zone, where a large group of cultists have been apprehended. Several teams of military personnel have arrested some high-ranking cultists and have unmasked their identity.
Military veteran Simon Vanguard found to be the head of the secret organization. Simon was arrested during the raid on Lanborough Mall, where he was found leading high-ranking cult members in a ritualistic sacrifice. Custody of Simon was handed over to police by Carcass, where he will face a trial for his crimes.
To the public. Shockingly, several of these members are well-renowned politicians and high-ranking members of multiple governments across the
Many
globe.
documents have been released providing sufficient proof of the atrocities that were being committed. Some of these crimes include murder, kidnapping, torture, ritual sacrifice, and the list goes on.
The members
Chemical
are found
weaponry.
guilty of deliberately providing false information to the public in an attempt to cause harm.
The new Trier Company has been found to have very significant ties with cultist activities.
I'm actually really surprised that off the bat we are... apparently the cult was disbanded after this. Or not disbanded, was outed to the public. I wasn't actually expecting this outcome so soon.
And has been shut down. All new Trier products have been deemed hazardous for consumption.
Cultivation farms are facing pressure to shut down. Public unrest grows as the new Trier cult case brings more crimes that were hidden away to light.
Mimics left unchecked.
People are outraged by how little was actually being done.
They demand that something be done to handle the Carnis species.
Riots appear in the streets as protests begin to turn aggressive. Our leaders were plotting against us. Who do we trust? What happens now?
Yo! What are the singularities?
Welcome to Magister's Wonder Show. I am the Magister.
Yo, we got some animation in here? Look at this go!
And get ready to explore all of the world's wonders. Today, we are learning about the circle of life.
Okay, so we are now learning actual names of people in Carcass. Dr. Marshall Trados, head director and doctor of Carcass. Progress report, Vita Carnis. And it is apparently 1991. Maybe June 30th. Now, one thing I find interesting is that my impression from season 1 was that this Carcass organization was actually an underground, almost resistance movement. But it seems like people are aware of its existence as a government agency, and it's just kind of been one of the few to avoid cult influence, I guess.
Test report number 4. We still know very little about the nature of the entities. There are 7 singularities in total. Each singularity is roughly 1 meter in diameter. They are made of an unknown material, although it looks and feels very similar to glass. We are unable to sample it in fear of causing potential damage. The material is very dark in color, but has red shimmers of light swirling inside. There are some hints of other colors present, but is mostly dominated by the red. Each entity hovers above the ground in a stationary position, although they can be moved with relative ease. Our equipment can detect some subtle pulses of energy in rhythmic but random patterns.
Okay. Is that thing fucking laughing? Is it laughing at him? This orb out here chuckling at us.
We don't know what they are. We don't know if it is breathing or communicating. We don't even truly know if they are even organic. This is nothing new, just confirming what we already know. Our first experiments didn't give any interesting leads. The most we got was some interference with electronics, especially when there is more than one kept close together. But the experiment we conducted showed extremely significant results. The experiment played out like this. In test chamber 1, a live cow was released into the chamber with V1 for an extended period. They were left together for 24 hours. The test showed minimal results from the entity and an increase in stress from the cow. Next, the body of a cow was put into the chamber with V1 for 24 hours. The results were extraordinary.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. into that cow. Yo, what?
5 hours after the whole body had been ingested, concentrations of Kroll rapidly grew from several points from within the chamber. What this could mean, it rewrites everything we knew about the Vita Carnis species.
Allow the crawl to grow out.
First,
I'm okay. So basically, is it sending out radio waves or some kind of signal via some method, maybe mystical or scientific, that then decomposes something, i.e., the signals it's putting out actively rewrite the nature of dead tissue? Like it manipulates the tissue of dead organisms into maybe a type of but it can only seemingly rewrite the DNA of dead tissue. You know, which is interesting. Why would that be? Right? So it's the signals it's putting out interact directly in a way that is seemingly impossible.
a young larva hatches from within its egg. It will roam around and find food to help it grow and grow. Once they are big enough, they
that's a good point, Salmon Moose. Dead tissue doesn't get repaired by the body's mechanisms.
Transform into a pupa, and after some more time, they transform into an adult beetle. The adult beetle will go out into the world in search of food.
Dr. Rhodes Ceres, crawl specialist and head cultivator. Progress report, Vita Carnis, 1991. So this is 1 month after that initial experiment.
Audio log. Progress report for crawl samples. Cultivation has been successful. So far, we grew them with 3 specific environmental factors.
Okay, just real quick, what do you think like special effects wise they made this out of? Do you think it's like Twizzlers? Like licorice? I'm genuinely fascinated what they did to make this.
So far, we grew them with 3 specific environmental factors. 1 is our control group, 2 with access to additional nutrition sources, and 3 with exposure to radio signals. Group 1 grew on par with standard crawl samples. No distinct abnormalities. Group 2 grew at a faster pace than the control group, as expected. No distinct abnormalities. Group 3 grew against its normal pattern, weaving its way toward the radio. Once the device was claimed, it switched to usual growth patterns. Again, no distinct abnormalities.
Interesting. So it is definitely attracted towards radio signals, and I am thinking it's because the Singularity is able to reach through these devices and affect the crawl elsewhere.
In conclusion, the samples that were grown in V1's test chamber don't seem to differ from others grown from other sources. Still, we will continue with more factors and further groups, just in case. There have been some developments in the propagation group. V1 samples have seemingly been able to produce nodules at a slightly quicker rate than wild samples.
Also, I want to say I kind of appreciate the transition from Season 1 to Season 2, where now it's almost like an Andromeda strain situation where they're just trying to figure out what the hell this is.
Control groups show that V1 samples begin node development a few days faster. More time will be needed to say for sure. As for the nodes themselves, there aren't any distinct abnormalities. We've successfully hatched 12 Carnish juveniles, several trimmings, 2 meat snakes, and even 1 mimic. We will be sending them to the enclosures after everyone's reports get sent out.
Ugh.
End log.
And then is ground into a fine mint and is now ready for the garden.
Yeah, one thing I've been wondering, can you truly kill these creatures? Right? Like, is this, I'm wondering if this is a The Thing scenario, right? Where you can grind it up all you want, but if you put it in the ground, it's still alive, you know? Dr. Fawn Penitro, trimming specialist, progress report, Vita Carnis. And this is now from August 31st, 1991. It seems like they're, yeah, okay. Bad ideas are happening here.
Audio log. Progress report for trimming.
Do I ever watch SCP stuff? I haven't gotten that much into SCP lore, and I don't know why.
Colony. Significant progress in learning the social patterns of a group of trimmings we have been keeping together. A new batch of juveniles were added to the main colony at the beginning of the new progress report. They were accepted into the community immediately. No conflict or rejection observed. They did provide the circumstances to document more of their interactions. Trimmings communicate through a series of vocal cues. Colony members meeting the new batch with squeaks and squeals. They also are not afraid to show us when they are upset. Trimmings also use...
See, the animation, like, I think that was animated.
Also are not afraid to show us when they are upset.
Right? Like, that looked like some 3D animation there. Like, it's getting better. They're using all kinds of techniques throughout these videos. I'm really impressed.
Trimmings also use some physical displays as well. For example, trimmings do a chewing or chatter motion with their mouths when they are happy or interested in something. The experiment that we performed was to explore the extent of their communication skills. The test went like this. We took one of the trimmings and had them in place in a modified enclosure. A speaker would play two separate audio cues. A positive cue would play, followed by a treat, and a negative cue, followed by a small spray of cold water. We did several rounds of both audio cues to condition the trimming's response.
Don't like how flexible their mouth is.
After the test, the trimming was released back to its colony. And after a few hours, we tested how much the trimmings communicated. Another speaker was placed near the colony's enclosure, where we played the same audio cues.
They're way smarter than they should be.
It is incredible to see how layered their social interaction.
It's not a puppet. Elizabeth, if you look close, some of them are puppets and some of them are real, depending on the different shots.
Interactions can be. Although, we tried something a bit bizarre. We found out that a wild colony had settled around the facility recently. It was strange, what we did. It was a long shot. We set up a radio device near the wild colony and near ours. We linked both devices up and played the cues.
there's many dangers.
They're communicating with the ones outside the facility too. Oh, that's bad. So what's interesting here is that they communicate to each other interpersonally, right? But also, the introduction of radio basically allows them to communicate with each other. And my guess is that the singularities are effectively like radio towers of a sort. Like they're able to connect all of these different devices with one another to function as two-way radios. That's my kind of current guess, which is why the cult wanted these critters everywhere. You know, they wanted you to have one as a pet so it could effectively spy on you, because I'm guessing that these things don't just communicate with each other, they also communicate with other varieties of the Vita Carnis organism.
Dangers out there in the world. There are many predators that would love to have beetles for a snack. And unfortunately, not all beetles make it. Yes, it is sad, but that's how the circle of life works. But look, one of the beetles has laid eggs. And once the beetle's eggs hatch, the beautiful cycle starts again. And life continues on.
Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. I'm wondering where this is gonna go. Yeah, they're forming some kind of meat network. Well, I think maybe it might be better to think of it less as they are all smart and instead, again, return to this superorganism idea. This thing is smart. My guess is, you know, all the component parts wind up trying to communicate with the central nervous system of this thing. Yeah, meat work, if you will. Exactly. You understand. Okay, next part about this, revealed progress, and I'm guessing we're gonna learn a little bit about that captured mimic, huh? I'm a little nervous about this. Think meat. To build, I like that one.
Now only the most beautiful, only the most unique specimens will be moving forward.
There are lots of fossils hidden on the Earth, and plenty make their way into rivers and streams. You can look for them too.
Dr. Azrim Griffiths, meat snake specialist, recreation project manager, project report or progress report Vita Carnis, 1992, March 31st.
Audio log. Progress report on the meat snake recreation project. From our previous report, the juvenile meat snake we selected was grown in a standard captivity cell until maturity. The specimen we had selected was now an acceptable size for the project to begin.
Look at it! I love it! They made a practical model. This is so good!
The specimen was moved into restraints. Twice a day, we fed it fresh meat, scraps, roadkill, making sure that it received the necessary materials like bones and organs to grow.
They're trying to recreate the underground snake.
4 days into feeding, the specimen's mood mellowed out. The usual intimidation display was now a patient eagerness. It seems that the specimen now understands that we are feeding it. 11 days into feeding.
I don't like the idea that this thing was able to figure that out. Do I recognize the voice from Kakos Industries? No.
The specimen has slowed down immensely. It has also been occasionally rejecting food. It looks like we have been overwhelming it, not giving it enough time to properly digest and implement the material. Feeding has been reduced to once a day, but with an increase of portion size. 19 days into feeding. The meat snake has almost shut down entirely. It no longer reacts to external factors. It still accepts food, but with assistance. A makeshift mechanism was made to help the feeding process.
Oh, God.
Favorable results have begun to show. The hue of the specimen's skin has been turning shades darker. Sampling period seems to be approaching sooner than expected.
Thicker!
Day 21 into feeding. The specimen has reached all the required criteria to begin sampling. We managed to obtain a skin patch intervention.
Wait. Is that anything? No? Okay.
We began with cold resistance. The typical meat snake skin can hold its integrity up to negative 30 degrees Celsius.
Damn.
The specimen sample survived down to negative 100 degrees, even maintaining flexibility. Next, the heat resistance test. The sample was able to withstand impressive temperatures. We were only able to bring the temp up to 3,000 degrees Celsius before we had to bring in new equipment.
Heat and cold
We used some welding equipment and determined that the sample's limit was capped at around 5,000 degrees Celsius.
Damn. What?
Sample testing was interrupted by a peculiar event with the specimen. Personnel during the routine feeding found that the meat snake had escaped its restraints.
What?
By performing mitosis. The two organisms were simply wandering the lab at the time. The project has been halted for now, and the two meat snakes have been moved back into their original enclosure. We are preparing more tests at the start of the new process report.
Yeah, I don't think flamethrowers are gonna cut it anymore.
You can make your own sieve at home. The mesh will catch large debris, allowing smaller things to pass through. But you can add more layers with different mesh to catch more things.
Lovely contestants so far, but there can only be one
Is this a fucking trimmings beauty contest?
winner. And this year's winner is Patty!
Look at how beautiful she is! Look at Patty! Dr. Farron Brown's mimic expert.
This is my audio report for this month's progress.
We're in, what month? October? September? September.
Albeit a little bit late by a few months. Anyways, it's been a bit slow, but there have been some fascinating findings. I guess I'll start with the juveniles. Feisty fellas, already chock full of hunting instinct. Their hunting patterns are similar to other ambush predators. They will wait and then catch their prey with the element of surprise. They prefer to hunt prey smaller than themselves, stuff they can take down easily. But once they are older, they start getting a little cockier. But they have the killing technique to back it up. They usually aim for the throat or neck to deliver a kill as fast as possible. But once they metamorphosize into their adult form, it's harder to determine their patterns.
Gross! Oh, glorious wet puppetry!
The
Look at that
juveniles we do manage to
disgusting
get
wet
into their
puppet,
adult
I
form
love
don't
it.
last very long. They simply hide away, rejecting all food we provide. As it is well known, adults only eat human flesh. The adults we have all die to starvation. The best candidates for research are the ones we capture out in the wild. They last longer, most likely due to them already having food and nutrients in their systems. It's not something I dwell on too often. I am thankful for the ones they bring in for me. We got several adults, even a few humanoid ones.
Look at them. Oh, fuck,
We're able
dog.
to understand a bit of how they work before they eventually whittle away. The hunting tactics of the adult forms changed drastically from their previous form. Hunting now takes much longer as they observe and watch their prey. They are very cautious, waiting for the best opportunity. They take advantage of anything they can to get an upper hand. Their most popular tactic nowadays is climbing inside of furniture. Freshly metamorphosed adults are roughly 160 centimeters in height, but can fold themselves tightly into small spaces. One was even found inside one of those old-fashioned mannequins. And older adults still fit exceptionally well in tight places. It's funny, we didn't even know they could do this until the late 70s. They weren't even called mimics then. They were called, butchers. They changed it because its name better matched the description of characters in some kid's board game. Anyways, the hunting tactics beyond this are confusing to say the least. All depictions of their patterns have been wrong in one way or another. Ever since that public announcement in '86, they keep changing it. In reality, it is almost completely random. Each case in the wild is different, and it's hard to determine why in captivity. Plus, human testing is a no-go. Even though I volunteered myself, I feel so close to figuring it out.
Dude.
Anyways,
they'd
I'm getting
kill
ahead of
you.
myself. The next stages are even harder to... Wait, how long do these tapes have to be?
Yeah, this dude wants to, like, smooch one, I guarantee you.
Look, this one would have fallen through our first sift. There are plenty of other fun things you can find as well.
Oh no, my sieve isn't working.
Looks like there's a hole in your mesh. Make sure your mesh isn't damaged, or else something might slip through.
Don't feel great about that. Don't feel great about that. Don't feel great about the implications of that. Here. Footage of the incident with V1 involving the cleanup team in test chamber 1. We're in November 27th.
Personnel room 21.
What happened?
My leg's tied. It's bad. It's bad. I'm bleeding.
What do I do?
I can't reach.
What do I do?
Help me down, please. Please.
We need medical assistance in test chamber 1.
Oh, God.
Stay calm. Help is on the way. Just try to stay
Damn
strong.
it. Oh, God.
All right, we're here. We're going to help you. Lower the ladder slowly. This is going to hurt. Okay, hold still. Ready? Now!
What's happening? What's happening to him? Get him out of here now! Get him out!
That was so fucking cool. That was so cool. Bravo to whoever created this. That would be Darian Quilloe. Absolutely magnificent work. Did it eat the guy? Okay, so if I had to interpret what just happened there was a guy maybe doing routine maintenance in the one of the sphere containment rooms. And as he was doing maintenance, the crawl like either speared or wrapped around his leg. And when people came in to help him, the orb began attempting to digest him, maybe, or rewrite his DNA. I'm unsure exactly what happened, other than the door was open, you know? The door to the room was open because people had come in, so I think I think it was trying to either escape or change him into something. He fell off the ladder and the orb got triggered by his injury. That could be, but he mentioned something like, it's got my leg. Right? I thought he said something about it having his leg. Almost like it was trying to heal him. Oh, that could be. But then what would have had his leg? I don't think the ladder falling on his leg would have left him immobilized. Maybe it reacts to pain? That could be. It's definitely intelligent, and I do think it is malicious. So, I don't think it was trying to heal him. I think it was trying to maybe influence him. Maybe get some kind of leverage on his body or mind, you know? And we do know that the orb can assimilate without contact. Maybe maybe the orbs have just been biding their time to do that. Maybe they've always been able to assimilate living tissue, they just prefer not to. If the orb can manipulate non-alive flesh, meat-mancy. I love the idea of meat-mancy. There needs to be more video games based around that. Could it take advantage of injured parts of people? Now that's an interesting question. Let's move to the next one. This next one is called First Contact. I think this one, from the name alone, I think we're going to learn an awful lot about what the deal with this stuff is. Ooh, maybe it's going to speak through the injured researcher. Sounds like something an orb would say. This is cool. Great effects. Well done.
All the entities are freaking out. The system can't handle all of this. Turn off the power. Sir, do it.
I'm sorry. There are faces in the orbs. Ooh. 7 orbs, 7 monoliths. Oh, Archangel, putting that together. Each one of those monoliths has a completely empty face hole. Literally. Maybe the orbs are like their eyes? Maybe the orbs are parts of the monoliths? Or their brains? Yeah.
It is called the electromagnetic spectrum.
I love that little animated guy. I'd watch a series of that.
Backup power is now on. Systems appear to be stable.
Check the damage and get me eyes down there.
Entering the chamber.
This is really impressive.
Entity seems much more active now.
Look at how far the
Sir,
animation
come in.
has come.
Sir! I can't tell what you're saying, sir. Please respond. What? What the hell? I can't hear you clear enough.
Get out of there!
Move out! Now!
Oh, I can talk.
The waves reach the antennae and translate.
Okay, also, can I say, I'm now thinking that maybe this channel changing thing could be it communicating with us. Does that make sense? Right? Like these orbs and these singularities can communicate through electrical devices. So, like, in a sense, it could actually be roping all of us into the world of Vita Carnis, and it is in actuality speaking to us through the video.
Related into sound.
Like that's the implication, the like the eyes, like the channels changing into like eyes of different creatures pointing at the camera. That's indicating to me like it's seeing you, you know, it's seeing us through the screen, kind of breaking that fourth wall in a really unnerving way. Oh, to build, I love Carrion. Carrion's a very, 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 very fun game. Summary of incident. The cleaner had been caught in between the steps of the ladder and snapped their femur. Oh, okay, you guys called it. You guys called it. It was not the crawl. Okay, he had a work-related accident. Besides unusual bruising and clotting, the cleaner is now stable. Unusual clotting and bruising. This thing started affecting his blood. At the time of the injury, V1 began to become irritated and extremely active. No personnel were injured following the initial accident. During inspection of test chamber, one of the guards' handheld transceivers began to experience interference. Sounds that came from the transceiver were chaotic and random, but there were some lines of coherent speech from both Dr. Trados and what seems to be the entity. Trados came up with an experiment to test a hypothesis. He had the device connected to the test chamber in an attempt to communicate to the entity.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you understand what I am saying? Can you hear? Holy shit. What now?
Oh, chills.
What should I say?
Chills.
What are you? What are you? Let's try something else.
The handheld device was switched to one of the devices used for trimming testing, an alarm clock radio.
Can you still hear us? Okay. What are you?
That's maybe worse. That's actually maybe the worst answer it could have given, right? Because that, to me, implies that thing, or that collection of things, wants to become us. What did it say? It said, we to you. So, like, all of us to you. I think he means we to you. We're going to become you. We're here to take your place. That's my interpretation. I could be wrong.
Can you explain?
That's interesting. Sorry. Feel, suffer, thrive, purpose. We are.
What are your connections to the Vita Carnis species?
It fucking doesn't know what you call it. Made to life, made to pain, figures, dancing, sleep, feel, feed, grow. So, I guess we're kind of coming back around to the story excerpts that were included in the first season. Here it's telling us that it was created. It was made to do the things. Seems like it's saying it was made to feel, made to, survive, to struggle. Made to safeguard life, maybe? It's just explaining what being alive is like? Maybe. Yeah, like, I don't know that the Prince story is a one-to-one of what actually happened. It could be an allegory, but either way, I think it's referencing some kind of creation event like what was depicted in that storybook.
Not too big. Try another question. Do you know why you are here? Did you hear us? We aren't getting anywhere. What?
These boxes. Devices.
Are you talking about the radios? Radios transmit and receive waves and translate it into sound.
I don't think it's realizing that it's alive. I think it is. If I had to guess here, I think it is getting as much information as it can. And I think I think they might think it's slow. I think it's communicating in a very rudimentary way because it's getting used to speaking in this manner, but I think it's smarter than all of them. That's my interpretation. Like, yeah, stop teaching it what radio is. You don't want it to have that information. It is very clearly malignant.
Much brilliance. I feel more noise. Can I see more?
Do you want more radios?
No.
Is this... So it's making noises here during these transitions that sound like the orb. Is all of this information that it is absorbing? Like, maybe they're showing it like nature documentaries and like... Yeah, this is its learning process. What I'm curious is, are they showing it to the creature? To the Singularity? Or is it passively being able to absorb this through all of the devices in the facility? Or maybe it is, in fact, talking to us.
Even the color you see and the sounds you hear are radio.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it might be marveling at the fact that we are intelligent, perhaps. Yeah, this is the inside of the orb again.
Sir, is it really in our best interest to give these things what they want? We don't even know what they're looking for.
I understand your concern, but this is the biggest breakthrough we have ever gotten. This may be...
Yeah, see, it's passively observing them, and they are unaware of it. It is processing a bunch of information they don't even know it has access to.
This may even be the greatest breakthrough of all history. Representatives of the UN will be arriving in just a few days to see our progress. This is too important to stop now. We are on the verge of something massive. And if the representatives are impressed, we get the funding to see how far this can go. So, for now, you and the team go and get the orbs if they want. Keep making reports, but keep them quick. We need to learn as much as we can in this short time frame.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Brianna Arabia. For all future tests with singularities, there will be a radio with a speaker present to allow communication for the entities as well as for personnel to ask questions. (1992) November 28th. During test setup, we were able to capture singularities communicating to each other. We are working to decipher, but as of now, we are unable to understand what was said. See, this to me indicates why you shouldn't just leave them with radios, because they are now able to talk with each other and coordinate activities. Just one of these things accidentally was almost able to bring down the entire facility. What's fascinating about this, okay, I assumed they would all be I assumed they would all be conforming. I thought they would all be the same, but very clearly they have different personalities. Yeah, like V7 sounds absolutely unhinged. V1 was given several different electrical devices. We attempted to communicate more with it, but it didn't speak very often. Only single words out loud, not directed towards anyone. It was more interested with the devices than our questions. 92, November 30th. Tests and questions were repeated with the other singularities. Each singularity acted differently than each other and gave differing answers to the questions. Ooh, that's interesting. Although there were a few common factors that each shared, each one has a fascination with electronic devices, especially radio. They are interested in entertainment, like television, the radio, and music, especially classical music. During test, now we are on December 1st. During testing with V1's interaction with the television, notable interference was detected with other electronics. V1 also spoke out loud several times. Must have been pretty excited. Wait, did it say, what is this? Yeah, that last phrase, what is this? I think he's currently watching, or it is currently watching a lot of the stuff we've been seeing. I think this makes a lot of the transitions make more sense. It could also be that this thing learns to project different images in order to help it communicate. Yeah, like this. Like that.
They travel up to 28,000 kilometers per hour.
December 2nd, last day before representatives arrive. After multiple tests with each singularity, we were able to find out each one's personality. Also, we all know the UN visit is not going to go well, right? They're going for the satellite network? That'd be interesting. V1, neutral in expression itself, engages with personnel minimally as possible, only shows interest with electronics and testing. V2, curious in nature, asks questions often, descriptive in its wording, eager to engage in testing. V3, more active, engages with personnel in a detached manner rather than one-on-one, engages minimally with personnel. V4 actively engages with personnel, curious about the personnel and what they are testing, prefers questioning us rather than conducting tests. V5, more expressive out loud than other singularities, although it speaks often only out loud to itself, has yet to communicate with personnel. V6 rarely engages out loud, only with incoherent noise, doesn't acknowledge personnel, minimal engagement with testing. V7, least active singularity, has shown minimal engagement with all activities except electronics, only engages with other singularities. November 3rd, UN representatives arrive.
This is our main observation room, where we conduct much of the testing on the singularities. As you can see, we are still performing tests. We've learned much from the entities, and if we were to have your support, we can continue our work here. I am sure we can... What is that?
Oh boy.
Something tampering with the microphone and the monitors.
There has been much learned in our time together. I agree with Dr. Trados. If we continue, I am sure this union will benefit all. Symbiosis, we join together. Let us sow seeds and watch what grows. Divine purpose. Let us show you. Let us guide the way. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us. Become one.
I think it learned too much. Okay. Well, let's watch the most recent one. We've got one more left until we are all caught up. We are... This is going in interesting directions, you know? I didn't think we were gonna get like this kind of attempt to have a really cool eldritch horror scientific thing. I love it in like movies with kind of eldritch horror when they're trying to figure out what the thing is, you know? What is this thing's deal? You know, again, The Thing does this very well. I think this is doing it very well as well. All right, we have one left, and it is titled Terminal Rally. And hopefully things go well, you know? Maybe our alliance will be fruitful. Maybe. If it's a god, then there are 7 of them. Oh, now we are in 1995. February 1st, 1995. I have a request. One of the researchers I know has been missing their progress reports. I knew he would miss a few since he got approval for one of his field projects, but it's been 4 months. I know it isn't my place to ask you of this, but I'm worried. I wouldn't ask you if I wasn't sure something was wrong. I found out where he was researching. Unfortunately, you know the area very well. I'll send what information I have. B. Dr. Farron Brones, mimic
Audio log
expert.
part 2.
Oh, this motherfucker's gonna fuck everything up. I can tell. He's too horny for the mimics.
I guess. Before the final stage in a mimic's life cycle, it's even harder to get clear results. The humanoids we get hide mainly in plain sight in clothes. They also rely more on their vocal skills than their previous stage. They use words to lure in people closer, although the extent of their vocabulary is very limited, only speaking small sentences for luring. A fun fact, mimics have been found to speak different languages depending on where they come from. Anyways, and for the elders, we haven't found any. There are only a handful of sightings, fewer pictures, and only one clear one. The only info we have are from that one they killed years ago. Other than that, we are completely clueless. Personal log. It finally happened.
October 2nd.
I got permission and some equipment to go out in the field. It's not much, but I can definitely work with this. I've got sensors, cameras, and even some stuff I whipped up. I'm heading to the location now to set it all up. No one else wanted to help, but that's fair for what I've got planned. I'll make another log once I've got everything set up.
He did want to use himself as bait. Wait, what did that say? Footage was recovered from Farron's personal recorder. Given the stain on this camcorder, I don't think he's okay.
Okay, everything is now finished up. I have some of the equipment at this main door. Motion sensors and the camera pointed right down here. It's not much, it's not pretty, but it will work for the time I've got. There are a few sensors and cameras in the other rooms as well. Basically some nanny cams set up to record when motion is detected. And down there...
Oh god, remember how mimics can hide in furniture? They're gonna freak us the fuck out with a furniture jump scare. I just know it.
Is main base. And here is where I will be staying. I've reinforced the door, just in case. A bit messy, but it should work. It has a barricade as well. And if worse comes to worse, I'm not completely defenseless. Here are some lights I've set up to light up when one of the motion sensors gets triggered, so I can know which room they are in. I've got rations of energy bars and water that will last me the 20-day period. The water doesn't fully work. The toilet does though. Very thankful for that. Anyways, I guess I should go ahead and should do my job. Audio log, day 1. Everything is now in place and testing has begun. My activity setting up in this household has for sure drawn the desired attention. I made sure to make it look as if I have not left the house. Based on the location, I'm certain I'm in at least one mimic's territory. I've set up sensors in several places in the house where I'm sure there's likely to be activity. The main entrance, the side...
Okay, so he has basically barricaded himself inside of the bathroom as like a safe house. And his main purpose is he wants to act as bait to draw this thing in so the cameras can catch its activity and like figure out what its deal is, I guess. That seems like his plan. Seems like maybe he also should have brought like I don't know, like an armed squad or something. But
door, basement stairs, the living room, bedrooms 1 and 2 and their closets, the kitchen, upstairs bathroom, and just outside the basement bathroom. When the sensors detect movement, he'll turn on a camera and record for as long as it detects movement. It will also turn on a light on my panel to show me where in the house the activity is. I also have a monitor set up in one of the bedrooms so I may hear what's going on. Now all that's left to do is wait. End of log.
I love that it's a fucking Fisher-Price like baby monitor. That's actually a really nice touch. To like place it in time and also like blend it in so it's not like it's a noticeable thing that the mimic might get scared off by, I guess. I'm not entirely sure how smart mimics are yet. I think we'll probably find out here, but also this is a better thought out plan than I thought it was going to be, if I'm being completely honest. Still not a great
This is
plan.
thrilling. This is going to be a blast. I also end this one as well. I'll return for day 2. Day 2. It's around 8 in the morning. Nothing on the panel yet. I've been occupying myself with some books, writing. Yeah. Shouldn't be too long here. The mimics know I haven't left. No one else in the neighborhood, so this is the most interesting thing going on. Just gotta be patient. Oh my god, I grabbed this as fast as I could to record. The front entrance light turned on, then moved into the hall. It's day 3, just barely. It's about 2 in the morning. They haven't moved too much. Wow. Now they're in the living room. Main bedroom. It's looking around. It's going to the second. Oh, never mind. Back into the living room. I'm going to see if I can listen in. It stopped.
Can it hear him through the fucking... Oh, it can hear him through the it can hear him through the fucking walkie-talkie. Through the baby monitor.
It stopped.
Baby monitors are one way. So are alarm radio clocks. I don't think it matters. I think these things can work both ways.
It's been 2 hours. Nothing has triggered on the sensors. That means it hasn't moved. It probably hid. But I'm a bit suspicious. Why hasn't it moved at all? Did I scare it? The monitor doesn't make any sound. Something else?
If you open that door, you're the dumbest motherfucker alive.
It's been another 2 hours. Nothing has happened. I'm worried I accidentally scared it off. Or it's not even a mimic. I'm going to do something stupid, okay?
Oh my god!
I'm going to go and check what happened. I'm going to try and play it safe, going slowly.
You had a plan, man. You had a plan. You had a, you know, you're doing a stupid thing already by just being here to do this plan, but you had a plan. You know, stick to it. You came up with the plan to not do this.
Okay. Here we go. Gun. Just in case.
I did not expect it to go so poorly so quickly. I did not expect it to go so poorly. Holy fuck, dog. It was literally just waiting for him. It was literally just waiting for him, dog.
Audio log, day 3, so I thought about this. I think I need to abort mission. I'm not prepared for this. I need to get out. It turns out I have lured an elder variant to me. Even worse, it knows where I am. It hasn't come to me yet. The light from the front door triggers every so often, so I know for sure it's just waiting. I think it realized it was being watched, so it moved so slowly that the sensors didn't pick up its movement. I think it spent the 4 hours crawling its way to my position.
Oh my god, dog.
I surely startled it. I may play this cautiously and leave. Best I can do is wait. At least
Do you not have like an emergency like way of contacting someone?
I think I should wait. I need to keep quiet to make it think I left somehow.
I know it's the 90s. It just seems like you should have a policy in place, like if I don't say anything in like 5 days, come get me. Yeah, they have an extraction plan.
7 at night. It's been really quiet. The light panel showed that it stopped moving at the front yesterday. It could be that it left, but I know better. But still, what choice do I have?
Well, I mean, you have the supplies to wait for like 20 days. You should probably wait it out, because like it's gonna get hungry and go for someone else eventually, I would assume.
I have the rations to last a while, and I made sure before I started that at 20 days, HQ will send some people to come get me. I'm just gonna keep waiting. Did you know there's a legend about elder mimics? The cultists worship them, believe they are God's ultimate warriors, earning their role as the perfect killing machine. Man, what have I gotten myself into?
If the cultists can worship elder mimics, then it kind of seems like maybe there'd be a way you could, like, I don't know, trick it into thinking you're worshiping it, and then you skedoodle at the first available opportunity.
Day 9. No movement detected. I think it's time. I can't keep staying here.
Dog, it's gonna be like right outside that fucking door.
I gather my stuff and leave. I need to be careful. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Okay. I've got everything I need. Gun in hand. It's time to go.
Fuck! I knew it was coming and it still got me! I knew it was coming and it still got me!
Fuck.
You are so fucked, dude.
Day 11. It's still out there. I know he is. I'm terrified to even breathe. Why hasn't he come to kill me? I'm trapped. I can't escape. Why?
I was smart and didn't look. The smartest chatter. Oh, it's mimicking him.
Please stop.
It's literally mocking him.
It's been 16 days. I'm tired, but I don't care anymore.
Like, at this point, at some point, you have to start, like, rationing, I would think. Like, start rationing the food. Go to like half rations, quarter rations, whatever. Like, you need to go into survival mode, because that thing does get hungry. It's a big boy. It's gotta eat, And it's clearly fucking with you right now, just to fuck with you. But eventually it's gonna get hungry, and either it doesn't want to come in this room for some reason, or it's gotta go someplace else. Yeah, he's got running water. As long as he, rations out the food, he can survive for a really long time here. yeah, it's waiting for the pickup. Whatever his like, you gotta have an extraction plan. And, like, even if it takes a long time, you could make that last, I think. Even with the water, like, even if you're just down to water.
I don't care anymore. I need out. If I go out, guns blazing, I could scare it at least. Or maybe even kill it. Then I just run.
Doubt it, bud.
As fast as I can.
Doubt it, bud.
Then I could possibly make it out. Then I... Oh. No.
It's so big. It did not like getting shot.
Day 17.
Also, can we just take a minute? Like, whatever soundscape is playing here, absolutely brilliantly adding to the tension. Kind of that heartbeat sound.
Day 17. I should have ran. I hit it. Right in the face. Nearly point blank. I heard him scream, then silence. I know I didn't kill it.
You absolutely did not.
The lights indicate that it's waiting by the stairs. But that was the perfect time. It was hurt and I could have ran, but I stayed and now he's pissed. Oh, I fucked up. He heard me. I know he heard me. He knew I was going to run.
I mean, if it did go out to eat someone else, it would trigger the sensors. I don't know.
I need to hold down until day 20. They will help me. Then I'm saved.
Okay, he does have an extraction team coming on the 20th. Supposedly.
Day 20. It's still quiet. Food is getting close to running out, but it's okay. But they are coming for me. I know they are. Today's the day. Today I'm free.
Oh. Fuck. Guys, it can hear him talking. It can hear him talking, and it can mimic sounds and voices. He knows it can hear him. It's been repeating what he's said back to him. That planned rescue is not going to be the rescue.
Day 22. They didn't come for me. I waited.
Sorry.
Waited. I don't know why, but they didn't. I thought I was going to wait this out, but I have no chance now. He knew. Now he's the one who's waiting. He's.
I mean, at a certain point, you gotta go like. You gotta look at that wall and say, "That's some drywall right there. I can claw through that. Let's go."
It's been 28 days. Food has run out. I know, now. I know. I was too dumb to realize. But I have it figured out. They sent me here to die. I didn't know why, but they did. But I don't think they knew that I would figure it out eventually. I have hid this video recorder so that if they do come, they won't find it. Hopefully someone will. I will leave one last audio log for them.
been 28 days. Hope is lost. He waits for me now. He will claim his kill soon, probably. Probably hears me right now. But I know now. I'm ready. I know he knows. This is it. There you are.
Let's dance, motherfucker! The camcorder was hidden under the sink next to Farron's body. Okay, so we're getting a different interface. Maybe this is a different faction. I'm just putting together that this may be whatever organization or party picked up the camcorder from Farron and wrote the initial log at the beginning of this video. How was there a body? What do you mean, how was there a body? They don't like to necessarily eat all the bones. None of his other equipment or supplies shown in the footage were present in the home. Yeah, okay, so this is someone who came after the cleanup crew. Examined the scene and found the camcorder. I'm sorry to say, things are much more dire than expected. Be careful. V. Wait, the Mimic took the equipment? Oh, dog. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. That is probably the implication there. Holy moly, guys. This series is really great. It's so good. The Mimic took it and went back to the lab. That's why he's not doing the reports. Well, he's not doing the reports because he's dead. Right? What was the... Yeah, the message at the beginning. I have a request. One of the researchers I know has been missing their progress reports. I knew he would miss a few since he got approval for one of his field projects, but it's been 4 months. I know it isn't my place to ask you of this, but I'm worried. I wouldn't ask you if I wasn't sure something was wrong. I found out where he was researching. Unfortunately, you know the area well. I will send what information I have. So this is someone from the research facility asking whoever V is to go investigate this. So he's been missing. The Mimic didn't come back in his form or something, like, but it is very weird that it took his stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking more like a cover-up, like a kind of Hydra organization, you know? Like there are still members of the cult, perhaps active throughout the government or research. Ooh, also V1 through V7. True, though, I'm not sure if that would... I'm not sure how that would pair up. I think the V is for a name, not the, Well, it's either that the Mimic took the devices, which is terrifying in its own way, or whoever sent this guy out to die has an organization within Carcass that is, or that has infiltrated Carcass that is trying to undermine what they're doing. Yeah, I'm not sure if he thinks the entire lab betrayed him. Okay. What happened at the end of the last video? V1 through 7 proposed an alliance between themselves, the leaders of the UN, and the lab, right? It could be that this guy's research was getting too close to something that the V's don't want humans to learn, right? And so they sent him out there to die. Well, he hasn't been replaced yet because the person at the beginning of this video asks someone to look for him. So he's not walking around the lab and they're like, "Oh man, he's real weird. Look into where he was researching." No. Well, I know that the anti-cult Carcass was anti-cult when they did their raid, right? But that was before the Singularities proposed an alliance. And I'm saying perhaps that alliance is serving the Singularities like more than it's serving us, and they are manipulating people and politics towards their ends, even if it means they have to effectively order scientists to their deaths in order to cover up what they may discover. I guess that's kind of my point. Does that make sense? Good night, Punk Monk. Think they just left him out to die? But they left him out to die for a reason. You know, like this request is from 1995. It's after the last video. And this person's asking, one of the researchers I know has been missing their progress reports, been gone for 4 months. So I don't think that they just left him to die for no reason. He did very much deserve it. He was way too horny to get killed by a mimic. But at the same time, I don't think they were like, this guy just wants to die, send him out behind the shed. I don't think that was the plan. I think they killed him for a reason. Yeah, I'm guessing he was onto something, or ritual? I don't think it's a ritual. Or maybe, and this is a big maybe they wanted data on that doesn't make any sense. Didn't he just want to study an elder mimic? He did want to study an elder mimic, but he didn't expect to encounter one on this trip. Yeah, I guess the question is, did they want to see what an elder mimic would do? Did they deliberately set him up against that thing? Or it's weird that elders had never been studied before. Well, that's because they're so rare. There aren't that many of them. Well, Salmon Moose, that's kind of my assumption. I think they killed him to kill his research. But now I'm trying to figure out why they would do that. Well, I think the orbs care about their project of consuming the globe. I do think they want to consume and grow the Vita Carnis. And I'm wondering if elder mimics are kind of a key to that. Like, they're considered to be kind of like holy warriors, right? What is it? He says. Yeah, what is this one?
Did you know there's a legend about elder mimics? The cultists worship them. Believe they are God's ultimate warriors, earning their role as the perfect killing machine. Man.
I mean, I imagine these things are rare enough and valuable enough to the Singularity orbs that they don't want their secrets to be unraveled. Like, the orbs know that human beings are smart now and are actively trying to prevent us from learning about them. That's kind of my take. Like, I think they have figured out now that, like, we are capable and intelligent, and I think they want to limit the information we are getting to only know the things they want us to know, you know? Do the dates line up? Well, let's check that out real quick. Like, first contact. Yeah, so the representatives from the UN arrived 1992. Looks like December 3rd, 1992. So this would have been, like, this scientist was killed, like, 2 years later. So I think that the orb influence is maybe undeniable. Well, so Amber Brains, I think this is one of the only facilities on the planet that is currently researching them. And I think they don't want to give up the secrets of their top tier killing machines, you know? They want us to know as little about them as possible. Yeah, and also, like, it's not a high risk knockoff. Like, people are gonna be like, oh yeah, that guy wanted to fuck mimics, you know? Like, they're not gonna really suspect it was foul play. They actually have a cover for it. You know, it's kind of chilling when you think about how well that was executed. So there we go. That is all of Vita Carnis Season 2 that is out. We will check back in with this series when it concludes. But holy moly, it has come so far. It has come so far since the first video over 2 years ago. Like, they're using animation, they're using, like, actors, they're using film, they got sets. It's really cool. The special effects are really nice. If his coworkers actually cared, they would have shown up after 20 days. Not unless they didn't know that no one went, you know? It's so good. We know that wasn't the season finale. That was not the season finale. No. Is my understanding is that there is more in the season. Much like the yeah, it ends with more to come. So, handily, they let us know when the season finale happens. Like, the quality of this has just kept getting better. Like, I would say, like, the first... it was pretty great from the get-go, and it's just continuously gotten better and improved upon. So cool. Oh my god. Darian Quilloy, you magnificent son of a bitch. This has been a wonderful, wonderful ride, and I cannot recommend enough that people go and subscribe to the channel. I'm just gonna link it in chat here for all of you. Go check out the channel, subscribe, you know, obviously like the videos. But there are so many neat things on his channel. You can get like plushies of like some of the different monster designs, which is kind of neat. And also occasionally he'll just post like speed paints of different monsters, which is so cool. Like, a lot of the art and special effects sometimes are just like still images that he has personally drawn. It's so good. Are there hidden episodes? I have no idea, Tabilb. I'm dead exhausted, gonna go to bed. Good night, Geckomancer. Any chance you can do the Volgan SCP reaction some other night? Absolutely. Just throw it in the topic suggestions. With that, folks, this has been an unexpectedly long 7-hour stream. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I don't know that I'll be live tomorrow, but I will definitely be live on Monday to cover Trump inauguration, and later in the evening to play some Vimeo games with the love of my life. Where do I do that? Over on riverboat.gg/Discord. The Discord has that channel. And folks, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream on your way out, and please consider dropping those subs and donos if you feel so inclined. Inauguration is canceled. They went indoors. Yeah, and they're still going to be broadcasting it. This was a great stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Amber Brains. Good night. Bye, everybody.
This is a brand.
No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next
next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Thank you.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against the power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.